world is not going to be helpful to our national security. These sanctions will make it almost impossible for the United States to engage the court on other issues in our national interest, whether that's prosecuting the atrocities in Sudan, or human rights abuses by the Taliban, or in Venezuela, or Russia's war crimes against Ukraine. This bill would target the civil servants who work at the ICC, and not just them, it would target their families. Lower-level workers who provide administrative, paralegal, research, even catering and sanitary services would be affected. It could target their family members just for being related. The bill could also potentially target subsidiaries of major U.S. companies like Microsoft for providing technical services to the ICC, which they may have been performing for a number of years before this bill was passed. And the way it's worded, it's retroactive, it would affect them. Not only that, but this bill targets some of the United States' most important allies. For example, the host country for the ICC, the Netherlands, as well as the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, and Japan, who are the ICC's biggest donors. And it also includes the citizens of those companies who work at the ICC. These alliances are one of America's greatest assets. They make us stronger and safer. And this bill could do real damage to these relationships. It could undermine vital multilateral organizations and hurt U.S. strategic interests. So, Madam President, I was hoping that we could come to an agreement. We've been negotiating with Senator Cotton, who's the author of this bill. I know we share most of the same concerns that he does in drafting the bill, but I think it's overly broad. It's not drafted in a way that addresses what I think are the unique concerns that we have with respect to the International Criminal Court. So, sadly, since we have not been able to come to an agreement to address those concerns, I intend to vote no on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same on the motion to proceed. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Arkansas.
I ask unanimous consent that the mandatory quorum call with respect to the motion to invoke cloture on the motion to proceed to calendar item number 3, H.R. 23, be waived.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to be able to complete my remarks before the scheduled vote.
Without objection.
Madam President, the so-called International Criminal Court is a major threat to America's sovereignty and our troops. That threat was clear from the court's founding in 2002, 23 years ago. It's why the United States never agreed to its jurisdiction. It's why, in the same year, Congress passed the American Service Members Protection Act, also colloquially known as the Hague Invasion Act, a law which authorizes the President to use all means necessary to release our citizens detained by the court. 23 years is a long time, but we still have some senators in the chamber who voted for that bill, including none other than the Democratic leader, Senator Schumer. Senator Wyden also voted for it. But even that hasn't stopped The Hague from targeting Americans. Under President Obama, the court threatened to investigate American soldiers in Afghanistan. It did so again in 2020 under President Trump. To this very day, the ICC has an open investigation into U.S. troops who risked their lives to fight against terrorism. To be clear, the United States is not and will never be a member of the International Criminal Court. Yet this kangaroo court continues threatening to haul our citizens in front of foreign judges, judges who have no jurisdiction over our Americans and who do not follow basic rules of due process provided for by our Constitution. The State of Israel is another non-party to the court in The Hague, where anti-Semitism is regrettably alive and well. Although Israel has never consented to the court's judgment, the ICC issued arrest warrants for the leader of Israel and its former defense minister last November. By asserting jurisdiction over a non-member, the ICC has grossly violated the Rome Statute, the treaty that created the court. The court also broke its own rules against prosecuting individuals under governments with functioning criminal justice systems, like Israel. I also would note that the court has not issued arrest warrants for flagrant human rights abusers like I don't know, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, former Syrian president, Bashar al-Assad, or the genocidal president of China, Xi Jinping. The court seems to prefer targeting democratically elected leaders instead of terrorists and despots. It's no secret that the court's targeting of Israel is a trial run to go after Americans. If they succeed against Israel, America will be next. That's why Congress must guarantee any acts of aggression by this court against our citizens and our friends will be met with a swift response. Our illegitimate Court Counteraction Act would sanction ICC officials involved in prosecuting any American, Israeli, or other allied citizen wrongfully targeted by the court. It would also revoke their visas. This act is a targeted and justified response to the constant threats of this court against our troops and our allies. That's why more than half of Americans said they would support sanctioning this court. It's also why every House Republican and 45 House Democrats voted for the bill earlier this month. Now, despite this broad bipartisan and public support, some of my Democratic colleagues still have concerns. So let me put their minds at ease. First, some have called the sanctions in this bill, quote, draconian. Far from draconian, these same property and visa restrictions were used by the Obama and Biden administration not once, not twice, but 49 times. Others have said the bill could target our allies. The bill, however, clearly is directed at foreign persons, not foreign nations. Okay, but still others have said the ICC bill targets, quote, citizens of our allies. Yes, if you are involved in illegitimately targeting Americans, you could face sanctions. This bill does not, once again, sanction foreign nations like the United Kingdom. But if British nationals at the court are targeting American citizens, you better believe they could face sanctions. Still others say it would undermine our alliances. Yet again, the bill only targets officials directly involved in action against the United States and our allies, not foreign nations. Furthermore, if passed as prologue, all of our allies will stick with the United States. When Congress passed the Hague Invasion Act in 2002 with Senator Schumer's vote, all of those nations entered agreements with us to continue their relationship with us, not with the court. Still others say that this would target foreign subsidiaries of American companies. I have worked with Senator Shaheen in good faith, and I commend her for her work with me on that over the last few days. It seems to have become clear, though, that these American subsidiaries don't want a narrow carve-out. They want a massive carve-out that would, in fact, allow them to continue in the future, say, providing information about American troops' actions in Afghanistan, which we do not think they should have. Again, every Republican in the House voted for this. 45 Democrats in the House voted for it. 2 Democratic senators who were in the House last year voted for it. Last April, I led several of my colleagues in a letter to the court's prosecutor, Karim Khan. The letter warned him against issuing arrest warrants to target Israeli leaders. We said, if you target Israel, we will target you. Despite this clear warning, he proceeded anyway, a gross insult to our friends in Israel and an even more dangerous threat in the future to American sovereignty. He and his court should now face the consequences, and I urge all of my colleagues to vote on this motion so we can continue debate on this critical legislation.
Madam President.
The Democratic leader.
Thank you, Madam President. Now, Madam President, I have spent decades watching the International Criminal Court with a critical eye. From the beginning, even when I was in Congress, I was certain that the ICC would display the same anti-Israel bias that permeated the UN and other international organizations. Unfortunately, I believe subsequent years have proven me correct. While the ICC has undeniably done some good work, including going after President Putin and addressing atrocities in Darfur, their anti-Israel bias has taken over and become too much to ignore. Last May, 7 months after Hamas's horrific attack on Israel, the ICC made a shocking announcement. Instead of going after terrorist organizations who ordered the murder, rape, and abduction of innocent Israelis, the ICC's prosecutor chose to equate those ungodly actions with the justifiable response of the Israeli government. I know that's hard to comprehend, so I'll say it again. Last May, the ICC equated the Hamas terrorist organization with the Israeli government, betraying an anti-Israel bias that cannot be ignored, a bias that is deeply rooted, sinister, and which fuels the anti-Semitism resurging across the globe, including here in America, the country I love. It's hard for me to comprehend even today. And that false equivalence, I believe, is the reason we are here on the Senate floor considering an ICC sanctions bill. The ICC bill is one I largely support and would like to see become law. However, as much as I oppose the ICC's deep bias against Israel, and as much as I want to see that institution drastically reformed and reshaped, the bill before us is poorly drafted and deeply problematic. It'll have many unintended consequences that undermine its primary goal. The bill as drafted would enable sanctions against American companies who have contracts to support the ICC's technology functions. These American companies do not make investigative or prosecutorial decisions. These American companies' employees do not recommend nor bring cases. These American companies do not demonstrate the same anti-Semitic bias that the ICC does. But the work of those companies does defend the ICC's computer network against Russian hackers who would like to expose witnesses who have shared information about Russian atrocities. A small fix could have been made to protect the work of those companies, but the Republican majority refused to make such a fix. The bill as drafted would also allow President Trump to arbitrarily sanction the heads of state of our allies. They all called and complained about that part because their countries are members of the ICC. During this time of world tumult, that's an unnecessary burden to place on our allies. By sanctioning our allies, this bill as drafted would hamstring the ICC's ability to go after Putin for his war crimes, giving him the best gift possible. Again, a small fix, which Senator Shaheen tried to get, would easily have addressed this concern. These fixes could have easily been made, and Lord knows Senator Shaheen tried to fix them. You see, once Leader Thune brought this to the floor, I asked Senator Shaheen, the ranking member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, to try to work with our Republican colleagues to address some of the drafting errors, not changing in any way the way the ICC should be taken to task for the way they go after Israel, but these other changes unrelated to Israel. She and her staff worked tirelessly to find a way forward. But the Republican majority, the senator from Arkansas, refused to make these simple changes. Therefore, because they have chosen this partisan, non-consultative path, I will oppose the cloture on the motion to proceed, with the fervent hope that the other side will realize their error and their careless drafting and resume real conversations with us. A bipartisan agreement is still very possible, and we hope and urge our Republican colleagues to sit down with us and come up with a bill that addresses the very real problems at the ICC without adversely affecting American companies and our allies. And I ask for the yeas and nays. Go ahead.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to counter number 3, H.R. 23, an act to impose sanctions with respect to the International Criminal Court and so forth, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to H.R. 23, an act to impose sanctions with respect to the International Criminal Court engaged in any effort to investigate, arrest, detain, or prosecute any protected person of the United States and its allies, shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Mullen, Paul, Rickards, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tupperville, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Coons, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kelly, Markey, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Warner, and Wyden. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no.
This vote, the yeas are 54 and the nays are 45. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. Mr. President,
The senator from Alabama.
January 2025 has been a turning point for the United States of America. President Donald Trump's inauguration marked the beginning of, as he put it, a new golden age for America. And our new president unveiled a list of executive orders undoing 4 years of decline in his very first week in office. He's already reversed a number of the failed Biden-Harris policies that weakened both security at our border and enforcement in our immigration laws in our nation's interior. He's taken action to end catastrophic catch and release policies. He reinstated Remain in Mexico. And he stopped the abuse of immigration parole. Not only did President Trump turn our country's border and immigration policies around 180 degrees on his very first day, but finally, at long last, Congress is working again. The House and the Senate sent the strongest immigration enforcement legislation to the president's desk since 1996. After nearly a year of working to get the Laken-Riley Act through, it is finally mere hours from becoming actual law. We are finally on our way to ensuring that criminal illegal aliens are off our streets before they can commit the most heinous crimes imaginable. Providing our states the ability to compel the federal government to do its job is something it also includes, and the enforcement of the laws that are actually on the books. Far too often, we hear from grieving parents whose children's life were cut far too short by illegal border crossers, who were poisoned by fentanyl brought across our southern border, or who were suffered abuse at the hands of people who shouldn't have been in our country to begin with. The American people have heard enough of those stories, and on November 5th, they told us they wouldn't take it any longer. The results of the November election were a signal from the people we represent to the lawmakers meant to act on their behalf. They were a verdict from the American people that Washington had for far too long become guilty of overlooking the problems that actually matter to the people we're here working for. With the Laken-Riley Act, we've started to deliver on that verdict, but we're not done yet. The Laken-Riley Act addresses the important problems of criminal illegal aliens already inside our country. But interior immigration enforcement is only one aspect of the problem we face. There's another priority we must focus on: preventing criminals from entering our country to begin with. That's why I've reintroduced the Wall Act. It is long past time to finish construction of a wall on our southern border, and this bill would put us on the path to doing just that. It would appropriate funding necessary to finish the wall, and it would allow President Trump to do so without raising taxes on U.S. citizens or increasing our national debt by a single cent. In fact, we would fund the wall by fixing yet another issue with our immigration system. We would eliminate taxpayer-funded entitlements and tax benefits to illegal aliens. Not only would taxpayers stop having to foot the bill for illegal aliens, but we would also close the loopholes that illegal aliens are taking advantage of. Meanwhile, the benefits intended for citizens and legal residents would truly only go to citizens and legal residents. Solving another problem, the Wall Act would impose monetary fines on illegal aliens and immigrants who overstay their visas. We'd finish building the wall, and we would save money while we're at it. The Joint Committee on Taxation estimated in 2018 that enacting the provisions in the Wall Act would save us $33 billion over 10 years. The bill would save us both dollars and lives. And what could be more important than the task of keeping our country safe and restoring financial responsibility, Mr. President? Just like the Laken-Riley Act, the Wall Act is common sense. And most importantly, it delivers to the American people what they've demonstrated they want, need, and deserve. It's the first move towards making sure that our immigration enforcement and border security agencies have the funding they need to carry out the will of the people. We must fund border construction of the border wall, but we can't just stop there. As the chairman of the Homeland Security Appropriations Subcommittee, I am committed to ensuring that the Trump administration has the detention space they need to get criminal illegal aliens off of our streets, and providing funding for CBP and ICE enforcement and removal operations. So these agencies have the personnel, resources, and technology necessary to fulfill their missions. And that, Mr. President, is a long time coming too. As long as civilization has existed, both leaders and citizens have understood that the most important role that the government has is to provide security for the people who live under its jurisdiction. From the White House to both chambers of Congress, the Republican Party is committed to getting our country back on track, to responding to the demands of the American people that they made to us this last November, securing our border, removing criminal illegal aliens from our streets, and providing a safe, orderly nation for the American people. There is no greater responsibility we have, no higher calling we can seek than making America safe again. We've heard the American people's voices and we understand the call. Now let's heed that call and pass the Wall Act. Let's continue to turn our promises made into promises kept. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, the government shutdown that Donald Trump just ordered is illegal and unconstitutional. He is not a king, and we do not live in a monarchy. It is Congress's authority to decide on federal funding. The power of the purse is the foundational funding of the Article I branch. Everybody talks like that. Everybody says those things. But now we are all put to the test, Democrats and Republicans. Are we going to forfeit all of our power? We're the elected branch. We make the laws. And the President of the United States just ordered a funding freeze for stuff he doesn't feel like funding. That is literally not how it works. And today, the White House press secretary was asked about specific popular, essential programs. And you know what she said? She said, have those people talk to Russ Vought and make an appeal to him. Now, there's a couple of problems with that. First of all, Russ Vought doesn't get to decide in an appropriations law which parts of the law to follow and which parts not to follow. Second of all, let's be really clear about this. Russ Vought is not a government employee right now. He's a nominee to lead the Office of Management and Budget. And so we're supposed to have, I don't know, Medicaid recipients, VA home loan recipients, nursing homes, education organizations, healthcare organizations, transportation contractors, like, appeal mercy to the king. Will you please release these dollars? That's not how the American system works. This is illegal. There is real pain starting today because of this funding freeze. Schools, child care facilities, fire departments, community health centers, domestic violence shelters, all of them will instantly lose their funding at 5 p.m. today. Because somebody said, we're fiscal conservatives. You want to enact a fiscally conservative appropriations bill? Pass a law. Pass a law. I also would like to select the federal funding, which I agree with, and fund that, and select the funding that I disagree with, and defund that. But I'm not a monarch, and neither is Donald Trump. We're hearing from so many constituents across the country, and I had a bit of a time delay because it's earlier in Hawaii, but all of my colleagues were getting incoming texts and calls and panicked people. This isn't about some arcane government program. This is like basic stuff. People are like staged to do construction and told not to show up for work. Some of these construction projects are in places where you only have a narrow window during which you can even do construction. So a 90-day freeze means wait till next year. I don't care what the law says. Wait till next year. If you're a disaster survivor in North Carolina or Louisiana or California or Texas or Florida or Maui, you don't know what happens next. If you're a low-income family that relies on the Women, Infants, and Children program to get healthy meals for your kids, if you live in a remote area like Waianae or Lanai in Hawaii, and you go to a community health center to fill your prescriptions to get a checkup, this freeze on funding means you don't get help. People are, you know how long it takes to get a home loan? VA home loan or any other kind of home loan. People are showing up to get their VA home loans and saying, not today. You might be like 45 days from closing, you're a veteran, you're entitled to this thing under the law. Russ Vought, not a member of the federal government yet, has decided you don't get your home loan today. What an embarrassing abdication of the role of the Congress. All of this high-minded talk from my fellow appropriators about, there's really three parties in the Congress. This is the old joke. Democrats, Republicans, and appropriators, right? And the idea is that the appropriators are the adults in the room. The appropriators are the adults in the room, and they're not going to let nonsense, unconstitutional, illegal acts happen because we're the ones that control the purse strings. And I want to make one final point. In addition to all the pain that's being caused, my goodness, the door swings both ways in Washington. Imagine a progressive president reaching into the federal budget after an appropriations bill is passed and saying, you know what, I don't like that thing. I don't like that other thing. I don't like this one, I don't like that one, I'm in charge. What are we even here for? And so this is not going to be business as usual. I will tell you one thing. I have never, in my 13 years, withheld my unanimous consent. I've used a little leverage. Everybody does. But we better get this straight on a bipartisan basis. Not because I want to score partisan points, not because I want to characterize Donald Trump in one way or the other, but because we all worked so hard and made real sacrifices to get to this place so we could have a position of responsibility to uphold the Constitution of the United States. What is happening today is unconstitutional. It is also against statutory law, but most importantly, it is causing pain across the country. I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President.
The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we dispense with the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 4 requests for committees to meet today. During this session of the Senate, they have the approval of the majority and minority leaders. Thank you, Mr. President. Nothing is more important than our national security and this nation's sovereignty, and that means we must control our borders. That's why in November, the American people gave President Trump an overwhelming mandate to finally go secure these borders. It was a major issue. They were tired of 4 years of Biden-Harris failures, and thankfully, in just his first week in office, the president has already taken steps to do just this. On Inauguration Day, for example, President Trump restored many of the successful policies from his first administration that former President Biden had ended, including the Remain in Mexico policy, border wall construction, and enhanced vetting of all aliens trying to come into this country. At the same time that President Trump did those reinstatements, he terminated Biden's disastrous open border measures, including ending catch and release, thank goodness, and that CBP One app where he was trying to make illegal entry legal. The Trump administration ended that, and they ended migrant flights that brought more than 500,000 illegal aliens to cities all across the country. Ended those flights. He also took new action to strengthen our border and end illegal immigration, including executive orders to prohibit birth tourism. Now, this is a practice where you have companies or cartels and they sell you passage to the U.S. to come here for the express purpose of having a child on U.S. soil. It's a practice called birth tourism. President Trump ended that. He designated cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and he chose to send troops to the border, and among these troops are Tennessee soldiers from Fort Campbell's 101st Airborne Division who are doing incredible work to help make this nation safe. Perhaps most importantly, the president ordered mass deportations, something the American people have demanded after the Biden administration allowed more than 10 million illegal aliens to enter this country. And, Mr. President, that does not count the gotaways. The gotaways, known and unknown gotaways that are here, the worst of the worst, most likely. People that were trying to evade detection, and people that have seeped into our communities. To no one's surprise, these strong executive actions are already yielding positive results for our nation's sovereignty and security, and the safety and security of communities all across this country. Because on Joe Biden's watch, what did we see happen? We saw every town become a border town, and every state become a border state. People went to the polls in November and voted saying, enough is enough. We have to restore law and order. And in the last week, and I want you to think about these numbers. Mr. President, I encourage all of our colleagues, look at these numbers from the last week. In this last week, ICE, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement, arrested more than 2,600 illegal aliens. Now, these are criminal illegal aliens. They're including gang members, convicted sex offenders, and murder suspects. 2,600 in 1 week. This tells you they knew where these people were, Mr. President. It's just that their hands were tied by the Biden administration. They could not go get these people that were making our communities less safe. Just on Thursday alone, ICE arrested 2 people in Nashville, Tennessee. What we found out, they were both members of the gang Tren de Aragua, right in Nashville. Both of these aliens, the illegal aliens, have a criminal history of promoting prostitution and entered the country last year after being processed by the Biden administration. While migrant encounters at the border have plummeted over the past week, the Trump administration has also conducted deportation flights to send illegal aliens back to their home countries. Make no mistake, if any country refuses to take in their own citizens, President Trump has made clear that there will be consequences brought to bear. In just the last 24 hours, the government of Colombia learned that lesson, completely reversing its blockade of deportation flights after the president said he would impose tariffs and sanctions. For so many in Tennessee and across the country, this is welcome news. This is what they wanted to see, Mr. President. They were tired of talk. They were tired of appeasement. What they wanted was action to get these criminals out of their communities, to get them behind bars. We can only have national security and know that this country is safe if we have border security. And for too long, Tennesseans, and I think all Americans, have suffered the consequences of this open border. The migrant crime, the fentanyl overdoses, human trafficking, strained public resources, and the list goes on and on. While President Trump will continue to lead the way in securing our border, Congress should play a crucial role in supporting his efforts and make certain that no president can surrender our national sovereignty ever again. That's why in the Senate I've introduced a slate of bills that promote securing our border. Here's an example, the Container Act. This is something that I've had for a while. This would empower communities along our border to construct barriers that would prohibit illegal aliens from crossing into their communities and stop the flow of traffickers and drugs and criminals that have been coming through these communities. When you're on the southern border, you visit ranchers and farmers and communities where they've said, if we could just put a barrier up, the Container Act would give them that opportunity to put up a barrier and protect their areas. The CLEAR Act, meanwhile, would reaffirm the authority of state and local governments to enforce federal immigration laws by apprehending, detaining, and transferring illegal aliens to federal custody. It also says that the federal government has to reimburse that local law enforcement agency for the money that they have spent. And while President Trump reinstated by executive order Remain in Mexico, which requires asylum seekers to remain in Mexico while awaiting their court date, I also introduced legislation that would make this crucial policy the law of the land, requiring future administrations to support it. And see, that's the importance of Congress taking action on what the President has done by executive order, is putting it in law, putting it in federal statute, so that future administrations have to abide by the law and implement it. In addition, I have recently introduced the Preventing Violence Against Women by Illegal Aliens Act, which allows the deportation of illegal aliens convicted of sexual offenses or domestic abuse. What we have learned is that under the Biden administration, hundreds of criminal illegal aliens convicted of sexual offenses entered our country. This legislation would ensure that every single one of them can be removed from this country. To end the surge of human trafficking at the border and bring this modern-day slavery to an end, I also have brought forward a comprehensive package of bills. The PRINCE Act would give Border Patrol the authority to fingerprint non-citizens under the age of 14 so that we can combat this horrific practice of child recycling. This is something that the cartels do. They take a child, they place them with an adult, they bring them to the border, and then, once they're across, they turn the child loose. Many of these children have name, address, and phone number written in indelible ink on their backs, on their arms. This needs to stop. So the PRINCE Act would give the Border Patrol the authority to use these fingerprints. And we have the End Child Trafficking Now Act, which would require a DNA test to determine the relationship between illegal aliens coming across the border with children with them. Both bills are crucial for ending child trafficking, and we know that between 30 and 40% of the children that presented at that border when we were doing DNA testing were found to be children being trafficked. Think about that. Now, the Biden administration ended the practice of DNA testing. When I inquired as to why they did it, the answer I got was because of the amount of time it took to do the DNA test. Well, it took 45 minutes. 45 minutes. But to the Biden administration, pushing people across the border and into the country was more important. And now we know HHS has lost track of over 300,000 children. It is imperative that we find these children. It is imperative that we end this cross-border human trafficking of children. I also have the Save Girls Act. It's bipartisan. Senator Klobuchar has joined me on that bill, and it would provide states and local governments and nonprofits with the vital resources they need in order to help combat this trafficking of girls and women. I also have a bipartisan bill, the National Human Trafficking Database. It would establish a national human trafficking database at the Department of Justice and incentivize state law enforcement agencies to report crucial data. You know, as we fight human trafficking, one of the things that we have learned from local and state law enforcement, who, by the way, Mr. President, this is a job that landed in their lap to do this because there was not federal enforcement. But we learned that there was no single repository for information about the traffickers, individuals that were being apprehended. So this would establish that database. So, Mr. President, we have had a busy week. The President has had a busy week, and we are grateful to President Trump and Vice President Vance for how quickly they have moved on these issues of national security and the response they have given to the American people that, yes, they have been heard, and they are taking action that the American people have wanted to see. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
one there, that's the army. From here, Felicity. Remember the veterans? It's them. They are the veterans. Look. At them, see the room. They're basically like next to
Mama, can we go to the planet play?
yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's the museum.
Listen, there's a map. Mama, I want to go to the museum now.
Felicity, let's take a picture here. Show me the card.
It's a map. It's a map. It's a map. It's a map.
The senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are a week into Trump administration, and it can be summed up in one word: lawlessness. Trump is showing every day with nearly every action that he has zero regard for the laws of this country, from pardoning en masse violent insurrectionists to illegally firing government watchdogs charged with holding him accountable, to issuing blatantly unconstitutional executive orders, to asking OMB to halt funding Congress passed, something that is now causing serious chaos and harm to red states and blue states. We are not going to let his strategy of overwhelming chaos win the day. We are fighting each of the actions, and we will not stop asserting our power as an equal branch of the government. But right now, today, we're going to focus on one issue in particular, one that is not just alarming, but actually personal to all of us here in the Senate, because it concerns the Capitol Police each of us walk by every single day. I have made it clear I will not sit back and allow President Trump to rewrite the history of the January 6th insurrection. Already, his Justice Department has taken down the public database that laid out the thousands of investigations. He is literally trying to erase the evidence from public memory. But no president can rewrite history, not unless we stand by and let him. And that is absolutely not going to happen. We will not forget what really happened here on January 6, 2021. As we all remember, as the American people witnessed in real time, armed insurrectionists, egged on by the sitting president, broke into the U.S. Capitol and violently assaulted Capitol Police officers in their attempt to overturn a free and fair election. You do not have to take my word for it, though like many of my colleagues, I have a first-person account of that day. The reality is well documented in videos, in photos, in case documents from thousands of people charged with felonies after that day, including assault. We know, as a matter of fact, some insurrectionists brought knives, tasers, axes, hatchets, pepper spray, zip ties, and more. We know, as a matter of fact, some assaulted officers with flagpoles, stun guns, fire extinguishers, and bear spray. We know, as a matter of fact, that Capitol Police officers suffered severe injuries as a result, including cracked ribs, smashed spinal discs, brain injuries, and even the loss of an eye. Officers here sacrificed tremendously to keep senators safe, Republicans and Democrats alike. And we have the footage, the photos, police reports that clearly show the crimes and the violence that was committed. So, Mr. President, President Trump's decision to pardon en masse 1,500 people charged in the insurrection is truly an unthinkable attempt to erase the facts of that day and undermine our democracy. But it is especially heinous that he chose to pardon individuals who violently attacked our Capitol Police officers, not to mention commuting the sentences of 14 others, people found guilty of seditious conspiracy, people like Enrique Tarrio, leader of the Proud Boys, and Stuart Rhodes, leader of the Oath Keepers. It is a betrayal of the law enforcement that protected all of us that day, and a dangerous endorsement of political violence, telling criminals that you can beat cops within an inch of their lives as long as it's in service to Donald Trump. Every one of us here owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to our Capitol Police. They protected our lives and they protected our democracy. That is why we are here today to pass a resolution that makes clear the U.S. Senate stands with our Capitol Police officers by disapproving the pardon of those who violently attack the officers who keep us safe. It is a very simple, modest resolution. It reads in its entirety, resolved that the Senate disapproves of any pardons for individuals who were found guilty of assaulting Capitol Police officers. It is that simple. We aren't relitigating every case. This is only about people guilty of assaulting Capitol Police. I made sure that this was short and clear, something we can pass unanimously, because a message like this really should be unanimous. In fact, Mr. President, just to underscore how straightforward this is, I want to read it in its entirety once again. Resolved, that the Senate disapproves of any pardons for individuals who are found guilty of assaulting Capitol Police officers. That's it, the entire thing. I don't think there's anything here for anyone to disagree with. And I yield to the Democratic leader.
Well, thank you, and let me thank Patty Murray for her leadership on this issue. Now, it's becoming clear, it has become clear already, but it's even clearer today. A pattern is emerging from Donald Trump's presidency, a pattern of lawlessness. He has pardoned insurrectionists. He has fired many of the government's independent watchdogs. And today, or last night, he froze billions, perhaps trillions, of federal grant funding to hospitals and firefighters and seniors and Head Start. Under Donald Trump, it's already clear it's a golden age for lawlessness. Today, Democrats will seek passage of a resolution that talks about one aspect of this lawlessness. We simply condemn pardoning rioters who attacked our Capitol Police officers on January 6th. My colleague Patty Murray, who has done such a great job on this, read the whole resolution. How the heck can anyone object to a resolution that says we should condemn pardoning those who assaulted police officers? Where's the law and order crowd? Where's the people who talk about defunding the police? How do you think every police officer feels when one of their brethren is assaulted and then they're pardoned and their own senators, who represent thousands and thousands of police officers, each in their states, won't even stand up for their fellow officer? I just hope our Republican colleagues don't block this resolution. All of us, every one of us, it doesn't matter if you're Democrat or Republican, liberal or conservative, every one of us should be able to agree that people who attack police officers don't deserve presidential pardons. And if Republicans stand in the way of this resolution, what an awful message it sends to our own Capitol Police, who we see every day, who work so hard to keep us safe. Let's be clear, the people who invaded the Capitol on January 6th, whether engaged in violence or not, committed a very serious crime. I saw them. I was within 20, 30 feet of them. And now, because of fear of President Trump, the party on the other side says, never mind, one of the worst days in American history. There's no gray area here, and particularly when it comes to people who attack police officers. By handing out these pardons to convicted criminals, President Trump is effectively saying, you want to attack our brave police officers? That's okay. Pardoning lawless rioters is not what Americans want the president to be prioritizing. They want to see answers to problems that impact them: inflation, good-paying jobs, a better future. And they sure as hell don't want to see OMB taking away monies that have been lawfully allocated that they desperately need in so many aspects of their lives. Our Capitol Police deserve nothing less than our full and steadfast support for everything they do to keep us safe. The very least we can do for them as senators is to come together and declare those convicted of attacking Capitol Police officers. We say clearly with one voice, let's hope, that these people do not deserve a pardon. Yield the floor.
The senator from Washington.
Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 42, my resolution condemning the pardons for individuals who were found guilty of assaulting Capitol Police officers, which was submitted earlier today. Further, the resolution be agreed to and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
The Republican whip.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. I heard the senator from Washington State said we are now 1 week into the Trump administration. Mr. President, I'm very grateful we're now 1 week beyond the Biden administration. Democrats do not want a serious debate here about the use of presidential pardon power. If they did want a serious conversation, they would talk about Joe Biden's pardons, over 8,000 of them, Mr. President. The previous president used his final days in office to grant clemency to 37 of 40 of the worst killers on death row. President Biden said time and time again, he wouldn't pardon his son Hunter. No. Not only did he pardon Hunter for the crimes for which he had been convicted, he pardoned him for 10 years of his additional criminal activity, which has not yet been discovered. Then, minutes before leaving office on Inauguration Day, Joe Biden gave preemptive blanket pardons to 5 more members of his own family. If they weren't guilty, why would they need or accept pardons? President Biden commuted the sentences of 2 men who killed a Sussex County police officer. President Biden also commuted the sentence of a killer who executed 2 FBI agents in cold blood. The FBI Agents Association said Biden's pardon was, quote, a cruel betrayal to the families and colleagues of these fallen agents. And that they said that the Biden pardon of this cold-blooded murderer was, quote, a slap in the face of law enforcement. President Biden also commuted the sentence of a drug trafficker involved in the murder of an 8-year-old boy and his mother. The Biden administration actually classified him, believe it or not, as a non-violent offender. Even the Democrat senator from Connecticut said, quote, someone dropped the ball on granting that clemency. In all, more than 8,000 criminals were pardoned or had their sentences reduced by Joe Biden. Now, that's more than any other president in history. It isn't even close. This resolution that the Senate is asked to consider today does not condemn the Biden abuse of the pardon power. It does not condemn the pardons or the commutations of police officer killers, of murderers, of rapists. It ignores the pain and suffering of the victims and their families. I oppose, as do my colleagues on this side of the aisle, any violence against police officers. I oppose pardons of violent criminals. These officers deserve our thanks and our prayers. They deserve not to be used in political games like the ones that the Senate Democrats are playing today on this very floor. Democrats should be ashamed, and Democrats should be embarrassed. And therefore, Mr. President, I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
The senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I am deeply frustrated. That is the response that we got today. We cannot agree on something as simple as standing by the officers who keep this building safe. Officers every one of us walk by every day. There are officers standing outside the floor right now, keeping watch as we are forced to debate whether it was not okay to pardon the people that violently attacked them. I don't know how my colleagues who oppose this simple resolution can look them in the eye. It is insulting enough that Speaker Johnson, someone who has a dedicated 24/7 detail, has refused to put up the plaque honoring the brave officers who kept us safe 4 years ago. But the fact that we can't pass a resolution as simple as the one I presented today, the fact that we can't all agree that we should side with the people who keep us safe over the people who are attacking us is disgraceful. It is unworthy of this body and unworthy of the sacrifice our Capitol Police have demonstrated time and again. We owe them better. I will not stop pushing to make sure we show them we understand that. The president may be able to grant pardons, commute sentences, release criminals, delete databases, but I will tell you here, he can take no action that will erase the past unless we let him. And as long as I can stand, as long as I can speak, as long as I am here, I will not let him or anyone rewrite the history of the January 6th resurrection or erase the important lessons that we must learn from it.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, I rise in support of the resolution offered by my colleague from the state of Washington. I thank her for that. This is personal. For many of us, it's personal. We were here on the Senate floor on January 6, 2001. Vice President Pence was presiding. I was sitting at this very desk. And a few minutes after 2 o'clock, the Secret Service came in and literally removed him from his chair. We knew there were demonstrations outside, but we didn't know how serious or how violent they'd become. A few minutes after that, a Capitol policeman stood in front of this chamber and said to all of us, "Stay in this room. Just take your seats. This is going to be a safe room. There'll be many people coming in here, and we'll keep them safe." And we didn't know what was happening outside, but we knew something serious was going on. We waited another 10 minutes. The same Capitol policeman said, "A change of orders. Leave immediately and exit through that door." And we all filed out through that door, headed for one of the buildings on Capitol Hill where there was a safe space for members of the Senate to meet. I wasn't sure what was going on in the House of Representatives. I still don't know all the details. But the reality was the mob, the insurrectionist mob, was taking over the Capitol. Thousands of people were storming into this building, not for a peaceful demonstration by any means, but sadly for violence and destruction. That day was the worst day I can recall in the history of the Senate in terms of our respect for this building that has become a symbol, not only for the United States, but for the world, for peace and democracy. And I thought of those poor Capitol policemen who were asked to defend us with their lives. They were asked to risk their lives for us, and they did. 4 or 5 of them lost their lives as a result of it, and over 140 were seriously injured. Some of the things that were done to them were outrageous. You've seen the videotape. We don't have to speculate on what it was. We saw it as they tore down building structures, as they beat up on these cops, as many of them faced death and knew at the time it was that serious. The grimmest reality of those riots was the subsequent death of 5 of these law enforcement officers and the injuries to approximately 140 others, many of whom still pay that price to this day. Last week, President Trump, who incited the violence, commuted the sentences of 14 individuals and granted full, complete, and unconditional pardons to approximately 1,500 others convicted of offenses related to the January 6th attack. Many of the perpetrators have shown a stunning lack of remorse following their violent assaults on the brave members of the U.S. Capitol Police and D.C. Metropolitan Police who protected my life and the lives of so many others that day. For example, last August, David Dempsey, just a few hours after receiving a 240-month prison sentence for attacking police on January 6th with a flagpole, crutches, pepper spray, pieces of furniture, called into a gathering of supporters from outside the D.C. jail. In reference to Trump's opponents, Mr. Dempsey said, quote, "Don't celebrate too hard, man, because the sentence is only going to last like 6 months." He knew that if President Trump were elected and had the power, he would pardon him, despite what he had done to the Capitol Police. Devlin Thompson attempted to throw a speaker at police officers, which ended up hitting and injuring a fellow rioter, and hit a police officer with a metal baton, according to court documents. Daniel D.J. Rodriguez, a California man who drove a stun gun into an officer's neck during one of the most violent clashes of the Capitol riot, was sentenced to more than 12 years in prison before President Trump granted him clemency. Andrew Taki pepper-sprayed police officers and hit one with a metal whip. He was supposed to serve 74 months in a federal prison in Beaumont, Texas, but he was pardoned by President Trump. These are just a few of the hundreds of individuals President Trump decided to pardon in this unconscionable executive order. The list of crimes committed by these thugs goes on for pages and pages and pages of the court document. Winston Churchill said once, "Those who fail to learn from history are condemned to repeat it." That is why we must continue sounding the alarm on the violence and chaos of that day to ensure it never happens again. We must also be clear that violence for political purposes is never acceptable. It It has no place in democracy. The men and women who bravely defended the members of this body deserve more, and we should honor them for their heroic efforts, not excuse the thugs who attacked this body and the ideals it represents. President Trump was wrong in pardoning these men who attacked the police. I thank Senator Murray for introducing this resolution condemning President Trump's pardons of January 6th of the insurrectionists who assaulted our brave law enforcement officers. And I'm disgusted that our Republican colleagues won't join us in honoring the men and now women who risk their lives every single day for us. They risk their lives for us. And Senator Murray has asked us to recognize that fact and say violence against them is never acceptable. We couldn't even get a bipartisan vote for that. It's a shame it's reached that point, but it has. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, I stand before you today as the son of 2 police officers. Growing up in our family, service always came first. My mom was actually the first woman to become a police officer in our hometown of West Orange, New Jersey. Before that, she was working as a secretary and a waitress, often at the same time. Her becoming a cop meant more money for our family. It literally changed our lives. One day, my mom was seriously injured in the line of duty. When on patrol, she got a call about a burglary at a department store. She rushed to that store to help. The criminal attacked her pretty badly. She was injured, and her injuries forced her to retire. It ended her career. Now, that was a risk that she took for our community as a police officer. These are the same risks we see officers make every single day across our country, all 50 states, all the territories, and here in Washington, D.C. Our New Jersey community and her union, they had her back. The very idea of her attacker being let off the hook would have been outrageous. It would have been shocking. And it's almost impossible to imagine because it simply would have never happened. And yet, that's exactly what did happen when the president, Donald Trump, pardoned hundreds of criminals who violently assaulted Capitol police officers and D.C. police officers on January 6th. That was his priority on day one of his presidency. It wasn't to lower the price of gas or groceries or housing. It was to let violent criminals off the hook for storming this building and attacking the police, leaving many of them bleeding and bruised or worse. In some cases, much, much worse. Now, how does this line up with backing the blue? I don't get it. These pardons are an insult to every man and woman, like my parents, who served and serve our country in law enforcement. President Trump is sending a message that violence against cops is okay when it's done for him. That is a message that all of us must reject unequivocally. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise together with my colleagues to speak in opposition to the President's action pardoning those who attacked this Capitol on January 6, 2021. I was here that day. I shared that day with these colleagues, and we all have memories of it, memories that we never would have imagined and hope never to repeat. But I'm not going to talk about my experiences of the day. I'm going to talk about a friend, a Virginian, Howie Liebengood, a Capitol Police officer who spent his career protecting this building and who died as a result of that day. And the fact that President Trump would pardon the people who attacked this Capitol, leading to Howie Liebengood's death, is a deep, deep stain on President Trump and, frankly, a stain on this body if we casually tolerate it. Howie Liebengood is a Virginian who grew up in this building. His father was the Sergeant at Arms of the United States Senate, and prior to assuming that role, worked in other roles in the Senate. And Howie and his two siblings grew up coming to the Capitol and treating it like it was sort of their playground and their yard, running through the halls, meeting senators, hearing their dad tell stories about what it was like to serve this Article I branch as a patriotic American public servant. When Howie came of age, he started a career that he enjoyed and worked together with his father for a number of years as a NASCAR driver. And he worked on the NASCAR circuit, kind of working his way up from minor league races to more significant races. But after a number of years of doing that, look, he was a child of the United States Senate. He was a child of this Capitol. And he decided that he would enter the training program to be a Capitol Police officer. And he told his siblings, by this time his father had passed, he told his siblings, I think my dad would be very, very proud of me. Howie went through the academy and became a Capitol Police officer. And I came to know him, as I suspect many of my colleagues did, because he usually was staffing the Delaware door at the corner of Delaware and Constitution right here, the Delaware door into the Russell Building. And this is a door that I know Senator Murray's office is right close to that door, maybe the closest office to that door, and mine is close as well. We would come in the morning, and Howie Liebengood would be there to greet us, to ask us questions about the procedural vote from the night before or what was on today. As much as he was a friend of mine, he was even more of a friend of my staff. My staff loved interacting with Howie. And he eventually served as a Capitol Police officer for 15 years. He was here on January 6th when his beloved Capitol was attacked. And as devastating as that attack was for many of us, for Howie, who had made this place his whole life, who had really been raised in these halls, that attack was very devastating. In the aftermath of the attack, those working on the Capitol Police were put on extended hours, little sleep. Would there be more attacks? Where was this going? What would happen? It was a time of fear and anxiety and confusion. And a few days later, within 3 days after that attack of January 6th, Howie went to his home in Virginia. His wife, Serena, asked if he was doing okay. She could tell he was under enormous stress, and he said he just needed to sleep. And Howie went upstairs and, using his own service revolver, ended his life. Howie Liebengood would be alive today. Howie Liebengood would be alive today if President Trump hadn't urged people to gather to do something wild in Washington, D.C. on January 6, 2021, and then urged those gathering to go up and raise hell at the Capitol. My friend would be alive if President Trump had not done what he did. I've waited in vain, not naively, but with a hope that there might be some sign of remorse over what happened, for the pain suffered by Serena Liebengood and Howie's siblings and family members, for other law enforcement officers, all of whom lived in Virginia, lost their life as a result of that day. Dozens of others were injured, and I have waited for years to see if there might be some semblance of remorse shown by the president who inspired that attack for the damage and pain and loss of life and injury that he's caused, and I've seen not a shred of it. But these pardons are the ultimate injustice, are the ultimate injury. The family's still suffering. For them, it's salt in an unhealed wound and an injury that will never heal. And so I join with my colleagues in Howie's memory, in support of Serena, in support of Howie's family, to stand on this floor and deplore as strongly as I can, and words aren't sufficient to really explain how I feel about this, but I stand here to deplore as strongly as I can the pardons of these lawbreakers who gathered for a particular time, at a particular moment, in a particular place, to conduct violence in the cause of a particular result, the overturning of the peaceful transfer of power. And as I sit down, Mr. President, I'll just say this. I lived in a military dictatorship in 1980 and 81 in Honduras when the military ran everything. I know what authoritarianism is. I didn't live there for years like my Honduran friends, but I experienced it. I was very naive. I was 22 years old when I lived there, and I saw what it's like to have a society run by somebody who believes they are all powerful, who can change any rule, who can foment violence, who can make sure that those who commit violence escape with impunity. I know what this is like, and we are in danger of moving into the same kind of authoritarian behavior when we casually pardon and excuse those who perpetrate violence to overturn our democracy. That's a big concept, but it all comes down to the effect that it has on individual people like my friend Howie Liebengood. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, many of us who were here on January 6th have pretty indelible memories. I'm looking at Senator Murray, who had particularly harrowing memories. One of mine is I was one of the last people out of the Senate. And by the time we got to the room where we were sequestered for our own protection from the mob, colleagues were irate. And they had been frightened. There is footage of Republican senators running through the halls to get away from the mob. I remember one of our colleagues shouting out that we should get back over here to vote, even if it meant protesters would have to be shot. Again, a Republican. There were 600 of the rioters here who committed violence on police officers. Nearly 200 of them used weapons. They were convicted of this after all proper, fair procedures in an American court of law. And then the notion of pardons started to come up. And we were basically shushed by our Republican colleagues. Oh, that will never happen. The vice president said, if you committed violence on January 6th, you shouldn't be pardoned. In fact, he said, obviously, you shouldn't be pardoned. And another colleague in the Judiciary Committee chastised Democrats for asking the Attorney General nominee what would she do with respect to the violent January 6th protesters. Would she recommend that the president pardon them? And we were chastised for the absurdity of that question. That is an, quote, absurd and unfair hypothetical to even ask. Over in the House, Jim Jordan said that he didn't think anybody violent was going to be pardoned. I think, he said, he's going to focus on all the people who didn't commit any violence. Another colleague on the Judiciary Committee said he was against any such pardons for people who assaulted cops, threw stuff at cops, broke down doors, broke windows. We heard this cascade of denial from the other side about these pardons. It was unfathomable that he would do this. It was wrong that he would do this. It was absurd that he would do this. And then he did it. And what happened? Well, two things happened. One, over 1,000 people who have demonstrated their willingness to commit acts of political violence at the behest of Donald Trump were set loose on the streets. We haven't heard the last of them. There may be another call to arms. Will be wild, be there. We haven't heard the last of them. But just the leading edge, in only the week since we've been there, one's already been arrested for a violent confrontation with police officers. Another was killed in a shooting incident when he refused to be arrested and engaged police officers with a weapon. And a third is in Rhode Island in our ACI, in our Adult Correctional Institute, for having challenged police officers in an armed standoff. Now, he was in prison when he was pardoned. Nobody in this pardon operation thought to understand that this guy actually was convicted again of violence against police officers and sentenced to a long term of imprisonment in my state. So we know there's going to be more violence from these people. We know that Trump now has an on-call assault team that he can use to launch political violence just the way he did on January 6th. And this is a dangerous situation. This ought to be the easiest vote in the world. How you can even walk through these halls and look at our Capitol police officers in the eye, the ones who were there, the ones who took their lives in their hands to steer the mob away from vulnerable senators. How you can look them in the eye if you haven't supported this, I don't know. There is a word in the English language, subservience. I think we need a new word called Trump-servience, in which things you know you shouldn't do, you do anyway because you're either frightened of Trump or want to suck up to him. This is not a great moment. And there is an effort, frankly, to erase that incident. For a long time, oh, just peaceful protesters. This was all just, happy people coming in to visit the Capitol, fun and games. Yeah, so fun that we had senators running down the aisles to get away from them. So fun that to get back into this building, we had armed SWAT officers with automatic weapons lining the entire pathway back from where we were secured into this chamber. Just remember what our colleagues were saying in that time period. But the effort to erase this moment goes on. It occurred just recently in the Judiciary Committee when the Attorney General nominee said that there had been a peaceful transfer of power. Like January 6th never happened. I asked a question for the record, asked her to explain that. She said, well, on Inauguration Day it was peaceful. You remember why it was peaceful on Inauguration Day? Because we had the Capitol of the United States surrounded by more soldiers, more police officers, more fencing, more snipers, more law enforcement and military safety people than had probably been the case since the Civil War. And yet now everything's peaceful. We cannot forget what happened here. It is wrong to forget what happened here. It is an insult to this Capitol to forget what happened here. It is an insult to the men and women of the Capitol Police Department and the DC Police Department and the others who came in to fill in when they were overwhelmed by these brutal rioters. So I'm glad that Senator Murray did this. I appreciate very much the opportunity to speak on their behalf, both for the sake of those police officers and for the sake of the truth and for the sake of our history here. This deserves to be remembered. I yield the floor.
Mr. President. The Senator from California.
8 days ago, democracy and the rule of law were dealt another blow. It wasn't at the hands of a mob this time. No bear spray, no battering rams, no chants of "Hang Mike Pence" or "Where's Nancy" echoing through these halls. This time, when the blow came, it made barely a sound. No screaming rioters in military garb and Viking helmets. Only a president in a suit and tie with the demure flourish of a pen. 8 days ago, President Trump pardoned over 1,500 people who assaulted this Capitol, brutalized police officers, and sought to overthrow a free and fair election. Among them were the ringleaders of the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, violent, unrepentant white nationalists who orchestrated an insurrection. Some who were convicted of seditious conspiracy, others of beating police officers, of dragging them into a mob, of bear spraying them, of crushing them in a revolving door. Horrifying, sickening stuff. And with the flick of a wrist, their benefactor, their inspiration, Donald Trump erased their crimes and handed them something unthinkable in a democratic society: absolution in the form of pardons and clemency. This was not mercy, this was madness. 1,550 pardons, 1,550 acts of absolution for those who committed violence against our Constitution and against those who swore to defend it. 1,550 get-out-of-jail-free cards handed to individuals who tried to overturn a free and fair election. And make no mistake, these pardons were a promise that if you commit violence in Donald Trump's name, you'll be protected, you'll be hailed, even glorified for your violence. A promise that no matter how egregious your actions on behalf of this president may be, accountability will not find you. A promise that America will now have to live with the fear that January 6th may not be the last of the violence in service of this president. Mr. President, Senator Kaine was saying, we have seen what happens when democracies falter, when leaders resort to violence, and when those who are meant to stop them lose their will, when those who defy the rule of law are exalted instead of prosecuted. History is littered with the wreckage of nations whose leaders decided that violence for them was more important than justice, more important than the law, more important than the people. And sadly, these pardons are not the last action the president will take to bend and subvert the rule of law to his will. Already we've seen this president and his Justice Department fire those who led a completely justified investigation into him, which led to indictments, and if allowed to proceed to a jury, would likely have led to his conviction. We have seen his Justice Department announce an investigation into the investigators and those who prosecuted important cases against January 6th violent criminals. We've seen this Justice Department, his Justice Department, reassign those who were viewed as not loyal enough. And we will see a lot more before the week, the month, and the year are out, much more. And if we are to remain a democracy, we had better see much more done to stop it. In this body, in this vital check on the power of the executive, we must see more done to stop it. We must draw a line here. We must draw a line now. The Vice President argued that these pardons are about liberty. They are not. I ask you, what does liberty look like to the police officer who was beaten with a pole that once held the flag he was sworn to defend? What does liberty look like to the congressional staff who barricaded themselves in their offices listening to the chaos outside? What does liberty look like to the families of those who died as a result of the violence that day? Liberty and justice don't come from pardoning the perpetrators of violence. It comes from ensuring that violence is not repeated, condoned,
absolved. The question before us is simple, one that our founders answered correctly, and that today we must answer again. Are we a nation of laws? Or are we a nation of men? Or more specifically, of one man, above accountability, beyond reproach? Because make no mistake, we cannot be both. What does it say if the Senate cannot and will not pass such a straightforward recognition of the law enforcement officers who protect us, or a condemnation of the rioters who attacked them and tried to stop the peaceful transfer of power? It says that we are willing to see our cherished legacy die with a whimper, one sordid absolution after another. It is really that simple. I urge my colleagues to join me, to join us in condemning this most grotesque abuse of power. Condemn these pardons. I yield back.
Mr. President,
The senator from Minnesota.
I thank the senator from Washington and Senator Schumer and Durbin for bringing us together to condemn the pardons and what happened. But I also want to first express my dissatisfaction about what's happening with this administration in just the first week. It was only a week ago that we gathered in the Capitol Rotunda, and as I said that day, there's a reason we have 3 branches of government under the Constitution. And the first article is Article 1 that establishes the Congress and makes very clear our job to have people's backs. And what has happened with an order in the middle of the night, just a letter from a bureaucrat in which one person can what? Basically get ahead of the Constitution. I think we have gathered here today to say no. This has real consequences for people's lives. I think about the mom who didn't know this morning if she can send her kid to childcare. I think about the teenager, and I was contacted about this in a cancer study, hoping that it's going to save his life. I think about the woman in an abusive relationship who has nowhere to go because her local domestic violence shelter couldn't take her in. We heard today our office from a domestic violence organization in Minnesota that said it could not access critical funding. We think about the first responders, the firefighters all over our country. We think about what we saw them doing in Los Angeles over the past month. Grants that pay for their equipment, funding that pays for them to allow them to hire firefighters. This is not acceptable. It is not the executive branch's decision to make. It is Congress's job to direct funding through laws passed by both chambers. Often, in fact, the laws we're dealing with here clearly had bipartisan support. That's how they got in when we had one House that was Republican and one House that was Democratic. Now that switched, they're both Republican, but the money and the funding, that was supported by both parties. The American people have sent us here to represent our constituents, and that is what we are doing. So this chaos that we've seen today with multiple groups and people not knowing what was happening reminds me that the last Trump administration, we saw the same thing. Just a few days ago, the president issued blanket pardons for the insurrectionists who desecrated this very building on January 6, 2021. It is a shocking display of disrespect for the law, enforcement heroes who defended our democracy. And I will say I have been critical of pardons from presidents of both parties. I think we desperately need pardon reform. While it is the power of the president, when you look at what governors do across the country, they actually have commissions set up that make recommendations on pardons. You could still have the power to pardon, but you could make recommendations and more thoroughly look at these cases on a case-by-case basis. So January 6th and the assault on our democracy, many of us were there. I was the one with Senator Blunt, the former senator of Missouri. We were the leads on the Rules Committee And we were the ones at 3:30 in the morning, when everyone had gone home, that made that walk with Vice President Pence. It was just the three of us and three pairs of young women holding the mahogany boxes with the electoral ballots that one of the young pages had the wherewithal and the parliamentarian staff to get out of the chamber before it was evaded. And in the morning when we made that walk, it was a celebration, pomp and circumstance, everyone following behind us. And then that night at 3:30 in the morning, we had officers with scratches on their faces, over 100 of them injured. And we made that walk over broken glass and by pillars spray painted with racist vulgarities. But we made that walk and democracy prevailed. And part of that democracy was to make sure that those who violated the law, those who assaulted the police officers, those who had members of our staff, people always focus on the members of Congress, but so many members of our staff were hiding, my staff hiding in the little kitchen downstairs with knives in their hands for 3 hours behind a door, 2 of them in this little closet off the kitchen. That story was repeated throughout the Capitol. These were assaults. This was a violent mob that attacked our democracy and attacked brave men and women of the Capitol Police who were defending it. Over the last 4 years, I have led bipartisan hearings to examine the events and the security failures. I did that with Senator Blunt and Senator Portman and Senator Peters. And we have 103 recommendations that came out of the Inspector General and dozens out of our committees, and Chief Manger has met the challenge, all 103 recommendations. We have increased morale. We've got the fact that we've got more police officers. We've hired hundreds more. And then the gut punch of these pardons, the gut punch to justice, the gut punch to these police officers. They were the heroes that day, not the criminals that stormed the Capitol because they didn't like the election result. To pardon these criminals, many of them convicted of very serious felonies, is to endorse political violence. It is a slap in the face of the men and women of law enforcement who showed true patriotism that day. And it is truly an affront to our democracy. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, we have several other colleagues who are going to come later to speak about this as well. I want to thank everyone who is here today. We want to make it very clear, we will not forget what happened on January 6th. I don't care what records they erased or what kind of news stories they want to tell. We know what happened. This country cannot forget. And today we are here simply to say that the Senate disapproves of the pardons for individuals who are found guilty of assaulting Capitol Police officers. I am disappointed that our Republican colleagues today refuse to join us. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thanks, Mr. President. I ask that the quorum call be lifted if we are in a quorum call.
Senate is not in a quorum call.
Thank you. On January 6th, many of us stood right here toward the beginning of the day. In fact, most of us can remember almost minute by minute what occurred as we learned that the Capitol was under attack. It was under attack not just metaphorically, it was actually under physical attack on that day by rioters who bore pipes and baseball bats and, yes, firearms, and physically battered this place. And they threatened every one of us who were here. They did more than threaten the police officers who defended the Capitol on that day. They actually assaulted those police officers. They attacked them brutally, sometimes with their own shields or with the arms that they brought with them. And they did lasting, severe injuries to a number of them, and in some instances contributed to their deaths. The mob violently attacked those police officers, punching them, kicking them, choking them, pepper spraying them, plunging stun guns into their necks, beating them with all kinds of weapons, including flagpoles, hockey sticks, as well as those baseball bats. Many of us have heard Capitol Police officers recount their feelings on that day: terror, fear, guilt. They thought they would die. Many of them thought that would be their last day. And some phoned their families to tell them as much. These brave officers suffer from severe and lasting injuries and trauma. 5 died in the aftermath. All experienced some form of very severe pain and trauma. Nearly 600 rioters were charged with assaulting law enforcement officers. 170 of them were charged with using a deadly weapon or a dangerous weapon to commit the assault. True, they were not charged with killing anyone, but those charges against them were serious and severe, and they were convicted by juries of everyday Americans who were instructed properly as to the law by judges who were simply following those statutes on the books. And they convicted those defendants, insurrectionists, rioters, in proceedings that have been reaffirmed on appeal, where there were appeals, or where there were guilty pleas and acknowledgments of responsibility from some. And now, with clearly callous regard for the justice system, for those juries, for the prosecutors, for the judges, for the rule of law, the president has gifted them, quote, full, complete, and unconditional pardons. Full, complete, and unconditional pardons. Even after those proceedings, lawfully convicting them. Shame on him. These sickening pardons are the ultimate show of disrespect for our police officers and a clear endorsement of political violence. His actions normalize political violence. They condone it, maybe even encourage it, because from now on, those kinds of rioters who disrupt the lawful and peaceful transition of power or any other functioning of our government can at least hope for, and under this president, maybe expect that they will never be held accountable. These pardons are a betrayal, not only of these officers, the Capitol Police on that day who defended and protected us, and who literally were willing to lay down their lives for our democracy. These abuses of pardon show that it is past time for Congress to enact reform and implement restraints on the pardon power. America elects presidents, not kings, with unfettered power. The pardon power was lifted, taken from England by the founders who saw the practice in the monarchy at that time. It was one of the only powers, maybe unique among powers, in being totally unchecked. We need accountability and transparency, starting with this resolution. Transparency and accountability starting here. But we also need the measure that I propose, the Pardon, Transparency, and Accountability Act, that will impose some guardrails and safeguards. A statement by the president explaining why he is doing a specific pardon, because it's supposed to be an individualized judgment. And then a justice impact statement that gives the victim of that crime or any related offense the opportunity to be heard and state a position. The prosecutors an opportunity to state a view, and a disclosure as to what lobbying, maybe even campaign contributions, have been involved. Ultimately, and I know we're speaking to history here, there needs to be a change in the Constitution, an amendment that, in effect, shares that pardon power with other branches of government. It may be that pardons are appropriate, whether as an exercise of mercy or ultimate justice, or recognition of rehabilitation for whatever reason. Maybe we need the pardon power, but it should not be unchecked and absolute in the president. We are limited as to what we can do in reform because it is in the Constitution, and what we can do without a constitutional amendment by statute is simply to require some explanation and a justice impact statement and fuller disclosure, more transparency and accountability in the limited ways that the Constitution permits. But we need to begin with this resolution today, right away. I urge my Republican colleagues who were protected on that awesomely terrible day and who now are silent. They are silent in the face of these sickening pardons, to join us. Come with us in condemning the violence that occurred and stand with the officers, the police, the law enforcement, stand with the blue and condemn the violence of that day. Stand with the officers who put their lives on the line and who suffered injury, maiming, and some deaths in the aftermath. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, the murder rate in the United States, the global murder rate today, is infinitesimal, a fraction of what it was 200 years ago, 400 years ago, 600 years ago, a fraction of what it likely was in the Bronze Age or in the days when native tribes patrolled this land. What we've seen over the course of global history is that human beings have decided that instead of advancing our social power or our economic power or our political power through violence, instead we are going to have law and order. We're going to have economies that reward merit. We're going to punish people who disobey those laws to protect the rest of us. And that served us really, really well. Today, you are fundamentally less likely to be attacked, to be murdered by a neighbor, by somebody that you have a contest with, than you were centuries ago. Donald Trump is throwing that out the window. Donald Trump is throwing out the window the idea that we only advance ourselves politically or economically or socially through nonviolent means. Because what happened last week is that Donald Trump said to this country, if you use violence on my behalf, you're off the hook. If you beat the hell out of police officers, if you pound them over the head with metal poles, if you yank them by the neck and drag them into a crowd, hold them down so that people can stomp on them, if you taser police officers to the point that they suffer a heart attack, as long as you are doing that to advance my political power, you're off the hook. The people that walked out of jail last week were convicted of viciously violent crimes. And yes, there were plenty of people who were convicted who didn't engage in that horrific violence. But I was here in this chamber that day. I remember all of my Republican colleagues running out the door just like Democrats did. I don't remember any of my Republican colleagues staying in the chamber to greet the tourists. Everybody knew that our safety was in jeopardy. Democrats certainly knew our safety was in jeopardy because, as we found out, many of those protesters were looking for Democrats. One of the most violent protesters who was let out of jail last week in the middle of his sentence after he had beaten up police officers, went to the gallows, went to the noose that was constructed and posted on social media, "Too bad, no Democrats here." If you beat up a police officer for reasons other than perpetuating Donald Trump's power, you're still in jail. The only people who beat up police officers in the year 2021 that got let out of jail last week, the only ones were the ones that beat up police officers to help Donald Trump. That sends a clear signal that your violence is excused if it's for Donald Trump's political purposes. And that puts all of our lives in jeopardy. That puts our democracy in jeopardy when violence is excused. And what we are learning in the days following that unconscionable executive order, pardoning the rioters, not some of the rioters, everybody, is that it's part of a plan. Listen, I've done a lot of work across the aisle. I have such respect for my Republican colleagues. I spent hours, weeks, days sitting in rooms negotiating immigration bills and voting bills and public safety bills. But man, you are watching this president try to seize power right now, try to make us irrelevant, try to suppress political dissent. What happened last night is part of a story. The president can't be the only person in charge of who gets money or not in this country. That's corrupt, because then the president can dole out money to his political friends or the friends of his billionaire friends, can dole out money to states with senators that are loyal to him, and can punish companies that are competitors with his billionaire friends, or punish states represented by people who are disloyal to him. That's not how our democracy works. We're in charge of making sure that taxpayer money is spread out evenly, that has nothing to do with loyalty or disloyalty to the leader. A couple days ago, all the inspector generals just got fired. That's illegal, but they all got fired. Why? Because if you're going to engage in corruption inside these agencies, you don't want anybody to be watching. And so you got to put this next to each other. You got to understand the story. If you're trying to transition our democracy to a government in which only one person is in charge, you permit people to engage in violence on your behalf so as to intimidate the opposition into being silent. And I'm just going to tell you, if you don't believe this, there are a lot of folks who don't support Donald Trump, who are not going to show up to rallies, who are not going to participate in politics, because they just learned that if they do and somebody hurts them, that person might be let off the hook. You excuse violence, you arrange government so that you can operate in darkness, and you rig the rules so that nobody's in charge of dispensing money except for you. Violence is a legitimate tool of politics. One person in charge of doling out money, government decisions made in secret. That's not a democracy. That is a recipe for corruption. For corruption. And so, yes, I am fuming mad about how my Republican colleagues talk about law and order and then mostly, with a few exceptions, either remain silent when the most violent January 6th protesters get pardoned or celebrate those pardons. But I also want to be clear that it stands in a context of actions taken during this first week that are undermining our democracy to the point of putting it on the brink of possible extinction as a means for fundamental corruption to take place inside our government. That should be unacceptable. That is unacceptable. And I'm thankful to Senator Murray and others for bringing us down to the floor to raise this alarm bell. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I'm so appreciative of my colleagues coming down here to talk about not only the January 6th pardons, what President Trump has done, but to stand with the men and women in law enforcement. You know, when I'm home, quite often, I will hear at times that, well, Democrats don't support law enforcement. They don't support the men and women who keep our community safe. And that's just not true, as you can see today. But here's what I know, and this is why this is devastating, I think, to so many men and women who not only are Capitol Police officers right here that defended this Capitol on January 6th, that stand guard to protect us. But honestly, for all of the men and women in law enforcement across this country who are paying attention and watching what this president does, will he have their back when the time comes? Will he be there to truly support them in their time of need when they're doing their job like he says he will? Now, we have spent the last decade hearing Donald Trump talk about law and order and cracking down on crime. And last fall, on a national podcast, he called for giving our law enforcement back their dignity. He said, we need to give them their dignity back. And just last week at the White House at a press conference, he claimed to be a friend of the police. Well, now, Donald Trump has been in office for just 1 week, although I'll be truthful, it seems like longer, but it's just been 1 week. And already his actions have made it crystal clear that he does not mean what he says. In fact, from his actions that we have seen so far,
He is actively working against the men and women in law enforcement, not only here who work at this Capitol, but across this country. Let me put this in starker terms that I think my Republican colleagues will understand. Mr. President, Nevada families across my state have been torn apart by dangerous drugs like methamphetamines and opioids. And that's true for so many families across the country, including, Mr. President, in your own state. And it doesn't matter if they're Democrats, Republicans, they're libertarians, or independents. Illicit drug trafficking is impacting everyone in this country. But last week, just last week, Donald Trump pardoned the founder of Silk Road. What is Silk Road? It is an underground internet site that oversaw the trafficking of $200 million in illegal drugs and other illicit trade. The founder of this Silk Road was convicted by a jury of his peers and sentenced to life in prison for participating in a criminal organization and distributing narcotics on the internet. In fact, we know, after that trial, that some Americans died after purchasing those illicit drugs on that website. A website that was specifically designed to skirt the law and support criminal activity. But now, this founder, the founder of that website, who was sentenced to life in prison, is walking free because Donald Trump pardoned him. Donald Trump giving a full, unconditional pardon to this drug dealer and criminal profiteer is a slap in the face to the victims of this crisis and to law enforcement who work to protect our communities and to keep our communities safe. What Donald Trump has done is not law and order, it is chaos. And it's not just with one pardon. Donald Trump has pardoned more than 130 individuals, 130, who were convicted of assaulting police officers, and some of them right here at the Capitol. Like my colleagues, you've heard, I was here that day. I will never forget it. I remember in the Capitol running into one of those police officers who had been pepper sprayed by a rioter in Donald Trump's mob. And at the same time, while he was washing out his eyes, he was reassuring us senators that, don't worry, I've got your back and I am standing guard. And he ran back out to the front of the Capitol. He was doing his job that day. But you know what else happened that day? As we all saw, we saw it on TV, or those of us that were here, we either saw it personally or later found out, that those rioters and those insurrectionists, they actually came to the Capitol with weapons and zip ties. Now, if nobody knows what a zip tie is, that's a handcuff. What were these rioters doing with weapons and zip ties coming into our Capitol? They used WD-40 and bear spray on our officers. Perfect example, the officer I saw that morning. And they assaulted our officers with American flags. American flags. They were beating them with these poles of these American flags. This is not some political conspiracy that Donald Trump would like to rewrite. These were insurrectionists. We all know. They posted online. You saw those videos. If you didn't watch it real time on TV, you saw those videos. We saw them shoving, punching, attacking our law enforcement. And now, instead of serving their time and facing the consequences for the dangerous action that they committed against our officers, Donald Trump is telling them that not only were they wrongfully punished, but in fact their behavior on that day is encouraged by him. Listen, think about this. It's encouraged by him as long as they're doing his bidding. As long as they're doing his bidding, he does not have the back of our law enforcement officers. Criminals convicted of attacking law enforcement are now giving TV interviews. You've heard from some of my colleagues. They're giving interviews saying that President Trump's pardons have vindicated their actions. This is an endorsement of political violence. These actions, what President Trump has done, is an endorsement of political violence. And quite honestly, it is an insult to the men and women who risk their lives every day to keep our families safe. Why do I know that? You don't have to trust what I'm saying. Let me just ask you this. I cannot imagine anyone here in this room, when you have a problem, you have a concern, the safety of your family or friends at home or wherever you are, what's the first call you make to 911 to get a law enforcement officer to come and stand and protect you? I happen to know many law enforcement officers personally because I've spent a good part of my career as a prosecutor, not only here in this U.S. Capitol, but as the Attorney General of the state of Nevada. I've spent most of my life working with some great men and women in law enforcement. Oh, and by the way, I'm married to one. My husband worked in federal law enforcement his entire career. And like the men and women in law enforcement, his priority for doing his job was to keep people safe. Because that's what our law enforcement does. That's what they're trained to do, to put their lives on the line every single time. Every single time to keep our communities safe. And let me just say, it is not just the law enforcement officers. This is not just a slap in the face to those officers. It is to their families. Because when you are the spouse or the loved one of an officer who gets that call, sometimes in the middle of the night, and they're going out to address some sort of crime or activity that is happening in their community to keep our community safe, you don't know if they're coming back. There are two calls, the worst kind you can get as a spouse of a law enforcement officer. The first one is from your spouse saying, I'm in the hospital, but don't worry, everything's okay. The second one is not from your spouse, but it's from another law enforcement officer telling you that your husband or wife went out on a call and didn't come back. The sacrifices, not only of our officers, but their loved ones, need to be considered. And if we truly believe in law and order, and we truly believe that we should support them because they put their lives on the lines every single day, then we should stand to have their backs. No matter how difficult it is, no matter your politics, no matter what is happening, we should always be there to support them. Now, you can imagine from what I am saying in my personal background that I will always stand up for law enforcement. I've passed legislation to support public safety under both administrations, Democratic and Republican. I will always speak out when our leaders act against law enforcement, whether they're a Democrat or Republican. Listen, I've heard some of my colleagues call out President Biden's pardons as an excuse not to call out Donald Trump's pardons. But let me just say, I disagreed publicly with President Biden. I disagreed publicly granting pardons to his family. I disagreed publicly when he gave clemency to Leonard Peltier, who was convicted of murdering 2 FBI agents. And I disagreed with President Biden in commuting the sentence of Adrian Peeler, who was convicted of drug trafficking and murder. And I'll tell you what, I also spoke out when President Biden nominated Adil Mangi to be a federal judge. I did not support him because of his affiliation with a group that wanted to let cop killers out of prison. Now that was me standing up for law enforcement. Believe me when I say this is not partisan. This is about standing up for the men and women who put their lives on the line every day, despite the fact that you may be in the same party of the ongoing president. This shouldn't be hard. Listen, everybody knows. Everyone knows that you talk in our communities, you committed violent crime in our community, you should face the consequences. But you know what? Don't take my word for it. There are many police organizations out there. One of them, which is the largest, the Organization of Sworn Law Enforcement Officers in the world, the Fraternal Order of Police, and they have condemned Trump's pardoning of those who assaulted Capitol Police officers on January 6th. But I'll tell you what, there are too many members of this body who had the benefit of those Capitol Police officers on January 6th protecting their lives, too many who have been oddly silent to what Donald Trump has done in pardoning individuals who committed violent crimes against our police officers. And you've heard earlier today, my Democratic colleagues and I, we co-sponsored a resolution to condemn these pardons. You'd think that it's very simple. Everybody should get on board. Everybody should have the back of a police officer. Even my Republican colleagues who claim to be pro-law enforcement should have signed this resolution and stood with it, but you heard what happened today. It was opposed. The only thing I can tell you, Mr. President, in this day and age, is that if we truly believe in law and order, and we want to work together to keep our communities safe, we have to not only talk about it, but we have to act. Because the American people deserve better. The American people deserve a president who isn't going to release violent criminals back into our communities. The American people, they deserve safety. And our law enforcement who maintain that safety, they need to know we have their backs. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 12 noon on Wednesday, January the 29th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate proceed to executive session and resume executive calendar number 8, Lee Zeldin. Further, that if any nominations are confirmed during Wednesday's session, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, if there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of Senator Kennedy and my Democrat colleagues.
Without objection.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. With me this evening, Mr. President, is Mr. Nick Ayers, who is one of my colleagues in my office, on whose judgment, counsel, and advice I rely regularly. Mr. President, as you know, on any given day, the halls of the Senate office buildings and the Capitol itself are teeming with people. We have a lot of visitors, which is a great thing. We have a lot of staff members, very able. We obviously have 100 senators. And we have many, 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 did I mention many, members of the press. And today, many of those folks, not the tourists, excuse me, Mr. President. Today, many of those folks, not the members of the public, our visitors, our people who are visiting us, but some staff members, some senators, and some members of the media have been catatonic. Catatonic. They've been foaming at the mouth. And it all has to do with a simple memorandum issued by the Office of Management and Budget dealing with spending. And I want to talk about that for a few minutes, Mr. President, and try to put it in perspective. I thought about starting my talk today off by saying, if it weren't for double standards around this place, there wouldn't be any standards at all. And actually, that's true, but that's too cynical for the point I want to make today. The point I want to make today is that in Congress, we're headed for a multiple vehicle pileup. A multiple vehicle pileup, which I will describe in a moment. And it's going to be messy. And dealing with it is going to be messy. And we've got to deal with it in accordance with the Constitution and our laws as passed by Congress. But we're also going to have to try to do some things a different way. And it's not going to be altogether pretty. Now, we can all debate. I haven't met a dummy yet in the United States Senate. Some people would disagree with that, but that's been my experience. Every single member of this body is very clever. And they can get us bogged down in procedure and debate forever about how many lawyers can dance on the head of a pin. And all that's important. I've done it myself before. But we're also dealing with reality. Did I mention we're dealing with a multiple vehicle pileup? Mr. President, I remember back when President Obama was president, he repeatedly refused to enforce laws that he didn't like. When certain provisions, I remember it like it was yesterday, when certain provisions of the Affordable Care Act proved to be controversial, it was law. But some of those provisions of law that he passed were controversial. I'll give you an example. The mandate that large employers provide insurance to their employees or else pay a big penalty President Obama just unilaterally delayed implementation. Said, I'm not going to enforce it. Nobody went catatonic around here. Nobody started foaming at the mouth. Maybe everybody had taken their meds that day. I don't know. But there was no hue and cry like we've heard today as a result of that OMB memorandum. I remember also when Congress took up the issue at President Obama's suggestion of Dreamers. Remember the Dreamers Act? Congress wouldn't pass it. Dreamers are children brought to the United States of America illegally by their parents who've come here illegally. But the children are children. They don't know better. President Obama proposed the Dreamers Act. Congress didn't pass it. So President Obama just ignored the law. He protected them from deportation through executive action. It's called the 2012 Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals Program. He broke the law. Nobody around here foamed at the mouth. Nobody around here went catatonic, included but not limited to the media. I remember when President Biden did a very similar thing. He sought to preserve and fortify DACA, as we call it. And he also took a number of steps unilaterally to weaken immigration enforcement. We know that. That's why the border under President Biden was an open bleeding wound. He refused to follow the law. Nobody foamed at the mouth around here. Members of the press didn't become catatonic. I don't remember anyone, Democrat or Republican, calling for President Obama's impeachment after a federal court criticized his administration for spending money unlawfully. You remember that? President Obama decided to pay subsidies to health insurers in 2014. Decided to give them money. Just one problem. Congress hadn't appropriated the money. The GOP House, the Republican-controlled House, sued him. Federal judge ruled against President Obama. But the money was spent. I remember when the GAO concluded that the Obama Health and Human Services Department in 2016 illegally spent money. Congress didn't appropriate it by paying insurers instead of sending the money to the Department of Treasury. Nobody around here foamed at the mouth, including members of the press. Nobody around here went catatonic. Now, I didn't come here today, Mr. President, to debate the Take Care Clause of the United States Constitution. We're all familiar with it. The President has a constitutional duty to, quote, take care that the laws be faithfully executed. That's the law. It's in our Constitution, bigger than Dallas, right there. And I believe in it. I didn't come here today to debate it. I didn't come here today to debate the 1974 Impoundment Control Act, which the courts have ruled to be constitutional, which says that Congress gets to appropriate the money and the president has to spend it. I don't want to get into all that. But I guess my point, Mr. President, in light of this OMB memorandum, which I'll talk about in a moment, my point is that having embraced non-enforcement when they like the results under President Biden and President Obama, my Democratic friends have very little standing. None, in fact, none, zero, zilch, nada, no standing to complain when President Trump employs the same legal theory for different purposes. I'm not suggesting that we ought to follow the rule, 2 wrongs don't make it right, but they do make it even. I'm just gently suggesting that maybe I should have started this speech with, if it weren't for double standards around this place, there wouldn't be any standards at all. Let me say it again. I support the take care clause of the Constitution. And I can read the law. I know a law book from a J. Crew catalog. I know what the Impoundment Act says. And I can read the court opinions holding that it's constitutional. Now, why am I talking about all this stuff? As you know, since he's been president, I don't know, a week, 10 days, President Trump has issued about a squillion executive orders. I think it's the most executive orders issued by a president in this short period of time in the history of ever. I'm still trying to read them. And most of his executive orders, this is a generalist statement, but I think it's fairly accurate, intend, as is his right, to reverse many of the policies implemented by President Biden. And I think it was yesterday, the Office of Management and Budget under President Trump, under an acting director, issued a memorandum. And the memorandum went out to all agencies of the federal government, and it said, look, you've seen the president's executive orders changing federal policy, which he has the right to issue. So hold up spending any money, OMB said to the various agencies, that would implement President Biden's policies as have been changed by President Trump. And the OMB was very careful in its initial memorandum and in its explanation later to say, look, we're not talking about direct payments to people. We're not talking about Medicaid. We're not talking about Medicare. We're not talking about Social Security. We're not talking about SNAP benefits. Very careful. Well, people around here today have been screaming like they're part of a prison riot. Oh my God, the president's not following the law. Like this had not happened before. Again, I'm not saying that 2 wrongs don't make it right, but they do make it even. I'm just trying to give you a little context for this, Mr. President. My good friend, Senator Schumer, and he is my good friend. I went on a trip with Chuck to China. And I don't want to personalize this about Chuck. Let me put it another way. Some of my Democratic friends have been running around, and some of my friends in the media have been running around like a 5-year-old in a Batman t-shirt, screaming that the world is coming to an end and the Impoundment Act is being violated and the take care clause of the Constitution has been thrown into the garbage bin, as if this sort of hesitation to spend money has never happened before in Washington, D.C. Why is the Trump administration doing this? Look, I don't know. I don't talk to the Trump administration every day. People have a multitude of reasons of doing what they do. But I can see what's going on and what is going to be going on, Mr. President, over the next 6 months to a year. Did I mention we're headed toward a multiple vehicle pileup? Here's the problem. We've got to extend the tax cuts from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017. We don't have a choice. like it or hate it. If we don't extend those tax cuts, when they expire shortly, taxes are going to go up $4.3 trillion on the American people. Not 4.3 million, not 4.3 billion, $4.3 trillion. And 60% of that tax increase is going to impact middle class and lower income Americans. And that's just a natural fact. If we don't extend those tax cuts, it is going to drive our GDP and our economy on a journey to the center of the earth. Even my Democratic friends know those tax cuts have to be extended. But we've got other things we have to do too. We're deficit spending. We're spending money around here like it was pond water, like it was ditch water. Hold up the other chart. I don't want to blame it all on President Biden, but if the shoe fits, wear it, Cinderella. This is what President Biden spent. He didn't spend this from tax revenues, he borrowed it. $1.9 trillion on the American Rescue Plan. $1.2 trillion on the Green New Deal, which they called an Infrastructure Act. $1 trillion on the Inflation Reduction Act. The CHIPS Act, where we gave money to some of the biggest companies in America, big tech, because they said they needed it. We gave them $280 billion for semiconductor manufacturing. It was just announced yesterday, China just kicked our ass on artificial intelligence. I don't know if I can say ass on the Senate floor, but by God, I just did. They did. I don't know how else to describe it. After we spent $280 billion, I mean, this is just under President Biden, $4.380 trillion of money we didn't have. We are deficit spending every nanosecond. I don't know how many millions we have had to borrow since I've been talking. We're taking in about $4.5 trillion, give or take. We're spending about $6.5 trillion. And when we deficit spend, that money doesn't just fall from heaven. We thank heaven for it. But we have to borrow it, and we have to pay it back. And those annual deficits, daily deficits, monthly deficits, roll over into national debt, and we've now got $36 trillion worth of national debt. We're going to run out of digits. That's the most debt we've ever had, well over 100% of GDP. So we've got to renew the tax cuts, which is going to cause short-term, before it stimulates the economy, short-term loss of revenue, and we got to stop the deficit spending, and we got to reduce our debt. But there's more. There's more. We've got to increase defense spending, because President Xi is working with President Putin, who's working with the Ayatollah in Iran, and their goal is to have Putin dominate Eastern and Central Europe, to have Iran dominate the Middle East, have China dominate the Indo-Pacific and the South China Sea, and be free to roam in Sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America and South America. I don't want America to be the world's policeman, but I don't want President Xi or President Putin or the Ayatollah in Iran to be the world's policeman either. And weakness invites the wolves. And we've got to start spending more money on defense. Now, you don't have to be Einstein's cousin to figure out that all the things that I just described that we've got to do in the next year to 6 months could be called competing interests. Tax cuts, stop deficit spending, reduce the debt, but find more money for defense. Something's got to give. And all this is a long-winded way of saying we're going to have to reduce spending. We're going to have to do it. The numbers are the numbers. Since 2019, the American population has grown 2%. We're not having babies. 2%. And that's after all the illegal immigration. You know what has happened to our budget? It's gone up 55%. I know we had a pandemic. We had to save the economy. 2% growth in population, 55% increase in spending. Yeah, we've had inflation. We haven't had 55% worth of inflation. We're going to have to go to be able to afford tax cuts and more defense spending and to pay down deficits and to pay down debt. We're going to have to reduce spending to pre-pandemic levels. And that's what this OMB memorandum today, which temporarily held up the spending of some money consistent with President Trump's executive orders, was the first baby step toward. That's what this is all about. That's what it's all about. The world is not going to spin off its axis. And again, I support the Take Care Clause of the Constitution. I understand what the Impoundment Act says, but this is reality. And this is what we've got to solve over the next year. And we're going to have to solve it. Show me that other chart. We're going to have to solve it together because the debt is $36 trillion. Our population is 355,000 people. That's 102 grand per man, woman, and child, and it's increased. And we're about to extend the tax cuts and start spending more in defense. There's a lot of excitement around here about the reconciliation bill or bills. I'm excited about it. You can write this down, Mr. President, and take it home to Mama. Those reconciliation bills, which we have got to pass to get through this multiple vehicle pileup that I just described, are going to contain substantial spending cuts. They are. Because you know what? If they don't, that reconciliation bill or bills will never pass the United States Senate. And I know it will not pass the United States House of Representatives. And then we will have failed to do what we told the American people that we were going to do, which is to get federal government right-sized, to try to put the high prices behind us by growing out of them, by stimulating the economy and increasing wages, by making energy cheaper, by paying down our debt. And that's what's going on. So I hope all the folks today will go home and take off their Batman t-shirts, wash them. Probably a little sweaty. I hope everybody will go home. Those who drink, have a cocktail, take their meds, and put this all in perspective. That's what that OMB memorandum was all about. And I'm going to say this one final time because maybe some members of the media are listening. I am not advocating to ignore the Constitution. And I am not advocating to ignore the impoundment laws of this Congress. What I am saying is, if you don't believe we're going to have to cut spending substantially in order to get out of this mess that has been created, then you shouldn't be driving. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Are we in a quorum call? Mr. President.
The gentleman from Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. President. If it weren't for a judge's temporary administrative stay, we would still be in the middle of Trump's pointless and illegal shutdown right now. Federal funding for a whole host of things would be frozen, meaning people all over the country who count on the federal government wouldn't get help. And all of us, all 100 of us, got calls from back home saying, what the heck is going on? VA home loans are being shut down. The Medicaid portal is being shut down. The Head Start portal is being shut down. Construction projects are being shut down, all because the Trump administration believes that they don't have to follow the appropriations law. Now, lots of us disagree about the size and the scope of the government. Lots of people vote no on the appropriations law. Fine. But once it's the law, the legislative branch sends it to the President of the United States. The President either signs it or vetoes it. In this case, President Biden signed the appropriations law. There is no provision in the statute, and there is no provision in the Constitution that permits a president to pick and choose the spending that he prefers. That just doesn't exist in the law, and the Article I branch has one most foundational power in terms of the three branches of government being separate and co-equal. Co-equal is kind of a funny way to say it, but it's important to think of these three branches as in constant struggle against each other for power. And our power is the power of the purse. Our power is the power to enact appropriations bills to determine the level of federal spending on various programs. But what the Trump White House did today was announce by fiat, we're not going to fund disaster relief. We're not going to fund public housing. We're not going to fund rural health care or foster care or opioid treatment or highway and rail projects or wildfire containment or cancer research or clean energy initiatives. All of it gone in an instant, and in this case, only for an instant, because Donald Trump woke up yesterday and decided he no longer wanted to fund some of the most basic things that the federal government supports. And again, this really isn't about arguing about the merits of each individual program, although I don't know who's against allowing highway repairs to continue. I don't know who's against allowing Medicaid-funded nursing homes to continue. I don't know who's against allowing someone who's been waiting for their VA home loan to be able to close on that loan. But it's really not about that. It's about a more basic question, which is, are we a nation of laws? Are we going to allow ourselves to turn into a monarchy? And I want to harken back to something I mentioned earlier today. The White House press secretary was asked about a specific program, and she said, well, they should talk to Russell Vought. Russell Vought is the nominee to be the OMB director, the Office of Management and Budget. There's a couple of things wrong with this. First of all, it's not his call whether or not to spend the money. The Congress already decided that. And second of all, even more creepy than that, this guy hasn't been confirmed. He's not a government employee. He's not in charge of anything. And we're supposed to petition this person to beg him to follow the law. And so this is the beginning of a long battle over a couple of most basic questions. First, are we going to allow this administration to just cause pain all across the country? Every state, every county, school lunches, VA loans, construction projects, you name it. Are we going to allow this president to just do this because he feels like it? And the second question is not about the projects themselves or the programs themselves or even the people that they help. It's about who are we as a Congress, and where we swear an oath to uphold the Constitution and laws of the United States, is that just the thing we do before they give us the pen that says and the pin that says United States Senator? You know, you stand right there and you swear yourself in, and they give you a little pen and it says United States Senator. And you look at it and you go, I'm a United States Senator. But the important part wasn't when they gave you your election certificate. It wasn't when they handed you your pen. It wasn't when they give you this pin here that says United States Senate. It's when you swear that oath to uphold the Constitution and laws of the United States of America. And the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America make it very, very clear. We are not a constitutional monarchy. We are a democracy. And what the court did today is important because it stopped a lot of pain all the way across the country. Personal economic pain, family economic pain, macroeconomic pain for shutting down construction projects and business operations and all the rest of it. But it's more foundational than that. We have to establish some boundaries here that go beyond our partisan boundaries. We have to establish that enough is enough, that you might have your view about the size and the scope of the federal government, you might have your view about the previous president or the previous election campaign, but the law is the law here. And we're not going to allow any president, any administration, any time to disobey the law in this flagrant of a fashion. One final thought. There will be a Democratic president at some point. And if this becomes the precedent, I promise you, if you are a United States Senator on the Republican side, you are going to hate this. You're going to hate the idea that a progressive president can reach into the defense budget or the VA budget or the Department of Commerce's budget and just say, you know what, I don't want to fund that. I'm going to plus up this and defund that. That's not the way the federal system is supposed to work. I yield the floor.
President.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this is my first time with you presiding, so it's good to see you. This power grab, this attempted power grab that took place today in flagrant disregard for our separation of powers, has a home, not in the Constitution, in Project 2025. The American people hate Project 2025. So Donald Trump spent his campaign trying to distance himself from Project 2025, but then he put one of the authors of Project 2025 in charge of the Office of Management and Budget, who is, as we saw in the budget hearing, out one side of his mouth saying, oh, President Trump doesn't have anything to do with 2025. He disavowed it. And as President Trump's appointee to OMB, merrily implementing Project 2025. This is exactly aligned with the Project 2025 playbook that Americans rejected so much that Trump had to lie and pretend he rejected too. In addition to being unconstitutional, that's not just an allegation any longer. A court today here in the District of Columbia found it to be unconstitutional and has ordered a stop to this pause. And that is a relief, because for people in my state, today was a scary day. Medicaid was stopped. The portal to the Medicaid system that the state reaches into, was closed. Medicaid, people say, what is Medicaid? Medicaid is how a great many American seniors pay for their nursing homes. If you're shutting down Medicaid for your jollies, what you're doing is threatening the security of elderly folks living in nursing homes for whom Medicaid pays the bill.
We have in Rhode Island and in other states gone through very significant addiction crises. Addiction recovery is very often paid for through Medicaid. So when you shut down Medicaid and close the portal, you are threatening people who are fighting bravely their way through their addiction, trying to get well and better. And suddenly President Trump is cutting the legs out from under them by closing the Medicaid portal and threatening Medicaid. 300,000 Rhode Islanders get supported by the Medicaid system. So this sent a lot of fear through a lot of people. I know there are people in the Trump administration who enjoy that. They get their kicks out of creating fear and having people, cruelty as their pastime. But this is getting a little carried away. Firefighters and police officers. I spoke this morning to the major county sheriff's association, and they immediately raised the concern, what about my HIDA grant? For those of you who've been in law enforcement, you know what a HIDA grant is. For firefighters, it's the AFG grant, the Assistance to Firefighter grants, through which they buy safety equipment, breathing apparatus, new fire engines and vehicles. So all of that, panic stop, because this rash and unconstitutional decision was made. Kids in school often are supported by federal programs. Head Start is a particularly good one. We had a very well-loved mayor of our capital city, Providence, Rhode Island, who started in Head Start and became the mayor of our capital city. Head Start is a wonderful program. Why would you want to threaten all of those children? Sojourner House is a domestic violence support entity and shelter in Rhode Island that supports women when they come out of an abusive relationship and need a place to find immediate safety and try to put their lives together. It is supported by federal grants that President Trump tried to shut down today. It is astonishing. $33 million in small business loans out in Rhode Island with a big question mark by them because of today's bad behavior. So, it's the community health centers. People had doctor's appointments. People were going in for minor procedures and treatments. And suddenly there's a cloud over the ability to fund the community health centers. This is just wild, extreme, dangerous stuff. And let my lawyer roll for a minute. Talk about unconstitutional. The Constitution provides a method for the president to veto legislation he doesn't like. That veto method does not include not being the president, coming in a whole new administration, having missed completely the opportunity to do a proper veto, or for Congress to override, and doing this unilateral thing, which is not only forbidden by the separation of powers in the veto rule, but also by law Congress passed regarding so-called impoundments. So it's flagrantly illegal. And I'll close by saying it's also a threat of corruption. Every time you look at the Trump administration, you got to lift up the hood and look for where the corruption threat is. We're going to see corruption like you've never seen before out of this administration. And the corruption threat here is that you close all these things down, and then you pick the ones you like for the people who are your big donors, for the companies who gave you big bucks, for the special interests who put you in office, for the political allies who serve you, and you let them have their money freed up while everybody else is frozen. Think that's imaginary? It's exactly what the Trump administration did with the tariffs in his last term of office. You could go into a secret little line, and if you knew the right people, you could get a waiver. There is an absolute avenue to corruption in this. Thank God the courts shut it down. This was a bad moment. It is not over. And I hope that my Republican colleagues will rise to the occasion, because this is a basic attack on our Constitution, and it's a basic attack on the legislative branch of government. And with that, I yield the floor.
The Democratic
First,
leader.
I thank my friend from Rhode Island, laser-like focused on corruption, whether it's the Supreme Court, the executive branch, or anywhere else in the government. He's done a great job. So, Mr. President, I just got I just finished doing a little TV taping to the people of New York to tell them how evil, how horrible this plan that Trump has put into effect will be. The plan will shut off billions of dollars, maybe trillions of dollars. For what? For things average working families need. They'll be less safe because police will be cut, fire will be cut. Their kids will be less educated because schools will be cut. And in places where there's a school tax, like Long Island and Westchester, you could have your taxes go up. They'll be less safe because food inspectors who keep our food safe could be cut. It will go across the board. Housing will become more expensive. We desperately need housing. Everything. This is going to affect everything. The radius will expand and expand and expand of what Donald Trump can do. And make no mistake about it. Project 2025, which proposed slashing everything, all cut, all to give one thing, tax breaks to the very wealthy people. This is Project 2025 by another name. It's the same stuff. They couldn't call it Project 2025 because when the public found out about that, they were outraged. Well, make no mistake about this, President Trump, when the public finds out about this, they will be outraged. And I got on the TV tonight and asked my constituents, particularly those in Republican House and Senate districts, to call their congressman and senator and tell President Trump to drop this evil plan which will hurt them so badly. The fact that Mr. Vogt will be head of OMB, which is the agency which is in charge of all of this spending, is frightening. It's like putting the fox in the chicken house. And all the chickens, which are the American average taxpayers, are going to be susceptible to the sharp fangs of Mr. Vogt. And by the way, speaking of chickens, here's another little reason. There's so many. Right now, the price of eggs is through the roof. $5, $6 a dozen. It was $2 a year ago. It was $4 in November. Why? Because there's something called bird flu that's killing off millions of chickens. When you have fewer chickens, you have fewer eggs, fewer hens, fewer eggs. And fewer eggs mean prices go up. But there's a program. We actually, when we were still in charge in November, put $300 million into the budget to help our farmers deal with bird flu, with avian flu. It helps them get the PPE they need. It helps them isolate the diseased chickens because you need to build different types of facilities. It helps them learn what to do. That could be cut. That could be cut, and the price of eggs will go up to $8 or $10. All of these things have an effect in one way or another on average working people. How about all the hundreds of thousands of workers who have now gotten jobs in clean energy? It's a great thing. For the first time, good paying jobs with a future for so many people could be gone out the window if this plan goes into effect. Now, I know that a court has stayed this till Monday. America, don't be fooled. Trump and his henchmen Vogt will keep at it and keep at it and keep at it till Project 2025 is implemented, even though they don't call it Project 2025. They'll go to a different court, maybe in a very conservative red district. They'll do whatever they can to continue to squeeze the middle class, cut the things that the middle class needs, and then cut the taxes on the wealthiest people in America. Any organization, I've heard hospitals are worried and not providing the care that they need. Head Start is going to close. What do the parents do? People the agencies that deal with mental illness, they depend on government funding. So much is at stake. And in my state, we're getting thousands of calls. How's this going to affect us? And even if the cut hasn't come through yet, People are worried, and they say, we better save money for a rainy day and cut back on this and cut back on that. It's frightened people. Now, maybe that's what Trump likes doing, frightening average middle-class folks. But it's really a terrible thing to do. Meals on Wheels, that's a hot meal every day for people who don't have food, in danger. Rural hospitals and community health, in danger. New York subway maintenance and mass transit throughout the country, in danger. Money for housing, in danger. Everything, everything. And so, Mr. President, we here, we Senate Democrats are doing all we can to stop this, not just today, not just tomorrow, but in a long-range plan. But we are also urging Americans to call their senators, call their congressmen, particularly Republicans, and get them to tell President Trump to stop it. Cut this out. Cut out these cuts, because you're going to hurt us. The only people who will get hurt by this are average American middle-class families, and that's just about everybody. So I yield the floor and thank my colleague from Illinois for taking up the cudgel here.
I thank my leader from New York, and I'm glad he gave us his little seminar on chickens.
The Democratic Whip.
Very well done. And as a Midwesterner, I know a little bit about that, so I respect his observations. Who is Mr. Vaeth? V-A-E-T-H. His title is the acting leader of the Office of Management and Budgeting. And he's the one who sent out a letter, or memo, that basically called for a temporary pause in government spending. By what authority did he do that? I don't know. I've been in Congress for a few years. I've never quite seen anyone with an acting before their name have this much authority and power, but he had a lot. He has taken to himself the decision-making that has affected families all over the United States, including in my state of Illinois. That little memo that he put out last night is particularly troublesome to me because if you read it, what he's saying is we don't want anybody who receives these federal funds who does not abide by the executive orders of this new president. The executive orders of the new president are 7 or 8 days old, they're brand new. And I can't tell you whether or not the recipients of federal funds all comply with these executive orders, which have been tumbling out of the White House on such topics as DEI and some of the other favorite political positions of President Trump. But he basically paused federal spending starting last night so that these recipients could answer the basic questions as to whether they're loyal to his point of view. He referred to those who didn't agree with him as Marxists, as in Karl Marx, Marxists. And I'm thinking to myself, who is this guy? How does he have this much authority, and how is he able to say things like that that are so blatantly political? Well, the money that was turned off today was felt across America. This poorly conceptualized, poorly communicated policy has created mass confusion in my state and across the nation. And worse yet, it has endangered health, safety, and welfare of Americans across the country. The proposed freeze mandates that the government, quote, temporarily pause, unquote, the disbursement of key funds. Think about that for a minute when I start reading these programs. We're going to temporarily pause reimbursement to local units of government and charities, for example, while we decide whether they are living up to the standards of Donald Trump in terms of his political values. Here are some of the programs that were affected today. Head Start. I think everybody knows what Head Start is. If you've ever been there, it's one of the most enjoyable visits a politician could make. They put you in a room with little kids. I mean little kids, 3, 4, 5 years old. You get to read them books and play with them. I tell you, for a grandfather, it's a joy. It reminds you how much joy you have with your own kids and grandkids. But why are they important? For many families, Head Start is daycare. Head Start is pre-K. Head Start is a chance for kids in tough family circumstances to have a fighting chance. And of course, the Head Start agencies need to get their federal funds to keep the lights on, to feed the kids, to make sure that they can heat the buildings in the winter. And today, Mr. Vaith, whoever the world he is, has decided that we're not going to give them money, close the portal, close the opportunity for them to receive federal funds. What is he thinking? If these kids can't come to these Head Start facilities, they not only miss the opportunity for education and socialization and a warm place to be, but they're missing an opportunity that makes a difference in their lives. The other one is violence against women. The groups are calling us in Illinois. They call me because the Senate Judiciary Committee, which I serve on, authored this bill years ago. A senator from Delaware at the time, Joe Biden, introduced this legislation. And what it boils down to is if you are a victim of domestic violence, there are grants available to provide safe and secure places for you to stay rather than be put in these horrible, violent situations at home. So what are we going to do with Mr. Vaith's idea to put this on temporary pause? Are we going to have a temporary pause on violence in homes? I wish we could. But to think that he makes that kind of decision is beyond me. Where does he get the authority to do this? And doesn't he have any conscience when it comes to the impact of these decisions? Natural disaster relief speaks for itself. You think of those poor folks in California trying to recover from their own wildfires. You think of the flooding and the hurricanes and all the other events that take place. There are people who need a helping hand. Mr. Vaith decides to put that on temporary pause. Veterans benefits speaks for itself. Men and women who served our country earn these benefits by risking their lives for America. And to put those benefits on temporary pause is a disgrace. Loans to small businesses. So many aspects of business rely on just a helping hand to get started. And if you think that loans to businesses are just for little businesses, keep in mind that in 2009, Elon Musk came to the Obama administration and asked for a loan so that his Tesla car company wouldn't go into bankruptcy. But there are a lot of smaller businesses just as desperate to get a helping hand. In Illinois, the impact of this thoughtless policy is already being felt. Another area that is near and dear to me is medical research. The National Institutes of Health, with an annual budget of around $38 to $40 billion, is the premier medical research agency in the world. In the world. The things that they're working on, new drugs, new surgical techniques, new treatments, will save lives. We know it. It's happened over and over again. So today they get Mr. Vaith's memo about the temporary pause in funding, and they've got to tell their laboratory researchers, doctors and specialists, to stop what they're doing at 5 o'clock today. That was the end of the funding from the federal government. Honest to goodness. Mr. Vaith, what are you thinking? Stopping medical research? You want that on your head, your conscience? Think about what that means. Federally funded research scientists are going to lose funding for this research, and the people of America will pay the price. Families will pay the price. Disability community, the same thing. Ability to access critical services for them and their loved ones. Some of these things are very basic. Paying a personal attendant who will help a disabled person get dressed in the morning so they can spend a productive day at work. If they're not there, the disabled person doesn't have that opportunity. That's a real life issue for a lot of families with disabilities. The Illinois Coalition Against Sexual Assault in Springfield contacted us today and said because of this announcement from OMB and from the Trump administration, they don't know if they'll be able to help survivors without VOCA funding. These are just a few of the many examples that emerged in the chaos of the past 24 hours. If your goal is to make America great again, why would you start by cutting these basic services for families and deserving people across this country? For goodness sakes, we're better than that. I'm proud of a nation that cares for people who need a helping hand. I'm not ashamed to say that. And some of these people, particularly veterans, earned it over and over again. These are just a few of the people who contacted us. Although the Trump administration has claimed that individuals who receive direct assistance from the government will not be affected, Americans across the country have faced severe service disruptions with Medicaid and Head Start amidst the policy changes that Mr. Vaith, the acting head of the OMB, has imposed. Even the president's own press secretary just a few minutes ago was unable to even answer the questions about what was going on with this OMB directive. You know why? Because this move is nothing more than a power grab designed to target the most vulnerable people and disguise it as a way to, quote, analyze government spending. Analyze government spending? Tell that to the family that's waiting desperately for medical research. Tell them that we had to just suspend that for a little while so we could do a little analysis. I want to be clear. The president is blatantly violating the law by holding up these vital funds across America. The federal funds this administration is refusing to distribute have been collected by taxpayers and appropriated by Congress, and the money belongs to the American people. It's the law. Thankfully, a federal judge here in the District of Columbia has decided to temporarily block this freeze, this temporary pause, from going into effect until next Monday, February 3rd. But this measure is only delaying chaos and uncertainty if it's President Trump's determined effort to make sure that this happens. We will not stand idly by while the president plays fast and loose with our nation's laws and the American people's lives and livelihoods. We can have fiscal responsibility, we can have a budget we're proud of, but this kind of action, taken by a fellow last night somewhere in the bowels of a building here in Washington, is hurting people all across America. You can't help American families be great if you don't give them a fighting chance. We've got to stop this and stop it soon. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored to join my colleagues here on the floor tonight, but we all wish we weren't here. We should not be here. We're here because the Trump administration last night swept the country into chaos. We're here because it's a break-the-glass moment for our democracy. The unconstitutional and unilateral decision to halt congressionally mandated funding is against the law. It's against the Constitution. It's against the Impoundment Control Act. That's the reason why a judge this afternoon ordered that it be stopped, but only temporarily until February 3rd, and then we are in uncharted waters. This action is totally unprecedented on this scale and scope. Let's call it for what it is. It's theft. President Trump is stealing money from people's pockets and pocketbooks and wallets, threatening their ability to pay rent, heat homes. It is imperiling programs around my state and the country that provide shelter for homeless, suicide prevention for veterans, health care for people who are uninsured. The list is endless. That's not hyperbole. And just in the last 24 hours, since this news broke, Connecticut organizations are already feeling the impact, and they are contacting me, reaching out in fear and worry. I've been fielding concerns from constituents who are already seeing the impact in doctors demoralized and food insecurity workers dispirited. Some community health centers were unable to access federal funding this morning, and many of them are weighing furloughs and cuts to essential services. One nonprofit in Groton, who provides critical mental health services to children, doesn't know if they're going to have the federal funding necessary to pay their staff. Connecticut Head Start will be operating on a deficit as of February 7th if they can't access federal funding, putting the entire program at risk. Amtrak's state of good repair backlog for the Northeast Corridor is tens of billions of dollars alone, estimated $78.7 billion in 2023. This funding is critical for safety concerns, reliability, repairs along the Amtrak rail lines, funding like the Connecticut River Bridge replacement project and the Gateway Hudson tunnel replacement project that will ensure passenger rail safety throughout New England. This freeze-on fund threatens all of those projects. It imperils the federal-state partnership for intercity passenger rail and consolidated rail infrastructure. I know that this kind of blizzard of terms seems abstract and hypothetical to a lot of people, but it's real in contractors who need to meet their payroll and pay for gas for their machines and trucks. This kind of draconian, dictatorial measure imperils 100,000 households in Connecticut that rely on LIHEAP to meet their home energy needs. Uncertainty about federal funding leaves these vulnerable families unsure whether they're going to be able to heat their homes right now in the middle of winter. It has a trickle-down effect on organizations that don't benefit from federal dollars. Just one example, a Connecticut program that provides supplemental energy assistance for households that don't qualify for LIHEAP expressed concerns that they're going to face an unsustainable deluge of demand if federal fund is halted. I was in Connecticut just yesterday, seems like an age ago, announcing a Reconnecting Communities pilot grant program in New Haven. I joined the mayor of New Haven and Representative Rosa DeLore to announce that New Haven was awarded $2 million to reconnect neighborhoods, an exciting and inspiring project to bring communities together, increase housing and social and economic opportunities. Now residents of New Haven will be kept in waiting. I was with Connecticut farmers just yesterday. We were celebrating millions of dollars in disaster assistance from extreme weather events. Now they may not see it for months, maybe never. That's disasters resulting from flooding and hailstorm. They were counting on this disaster recovery aid. Now they may be deprived of it. Connecticut Food Share, just talked to them today as well. They're anxiously waiting to learn more about the potential impacts to halting food assistance, maybe through SNAP, the Emergency Food Assistance Program. They're unsure. The President has failed to clarify whether it will apply to SNAP, but clearly the effect psychologically, creating chaos and confusion, is itself a severe deprivation. Museums, many of whom run successful education programs, critical to our students' success, they're halting services. Even a temporary pause can have a significant impact on education. And for all of these organizations and many others, the effect is not only in dollars and cents, it is in demoralizing. People who are dedicating their lives to public service, they're working in federally supported community health centers, making less money, working longer hours, doing residencies as young doctors. And what's the expression of appreciation? It is telling them we're stopping, we're halting, we're ending the funding. It is profoundly disrespectful to those programs that often operate as a safety net, whether it's for health care or hunger or education. It is profoundly destructive to the fabric of our society in the greatest nation in the history on earth. So it is theft, It's not a victimless crime. It is illegal. It won't be punishable in a court. But my hope is the American public will rise up. They need to be the voice of conscience and conviction in this country and say to my Republican colleagues, this isn't a red or blue issue. This is about people. It is about everyday Americans who will be severely harmed and their children who will bear perhaps, unfortunately and tragically, lasting scars emotionally and maybe physically from this destructive impact on their lives. I regret that we're here today. I'm proud to be with my colleagues. I wish we were joined on the other side of the aisle. But I believe that they will hear on the Republican side, despite their silence tonight, voices that are loud and clear to them from the American people that this kind of halt, a dictatorial, illegal stop in federal funding should violate the conscience of our nation. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Mexico.
Mr. President, our economy, our hospitals, your mother's nursing home, your son's school lunch, your niece's after-school program, our police and fire departments, our newborns, our elders, our veterans. Pretty much everyone in my home state of New Mexico. President Trump threw them all into chaos with an unconstitutional and patently illegal power grab in an overnight maneuver that would make a dictator envious. President Trump unlawfully and unilaterally froze all federal grant funding. He shut down the housing portal that nonprofits and tribes in my home state used to access mortgage financing. He literally shut down the Medicaid reimbursement portals across the country, although after a day of raising hell over it, I think that Medicaid, at least the Medicaid portal in my state, may well be up and running again, at least for now. And for context, almost a quarter of my state's budget actually moves through that portal. About $8 billion in Medicaid funding every single year in one small state alone. He threw every town and county, tribe and nonprofit, healthcare provider, school and preschool into total disarray. And from our state's roundhouse to the classroom to the emergency room, today was chaos. People want answers. My phone has literally been ringing off the hook from people around the state who want answers, who want certainty. Did Donald Trump just cut off funding for 7 out of 10 nursing home residents, for 55% of newborn births in New Mexico's doctors, New Mexico's hospitals? Did Donald Trump just deprive 7 out of 10 New Mexican children their daily lunch? Did Donald Trump just effectively close my child's preschool program? The reality is that most of President Trump's own staff don't know or won't answer those questions just yet. And my Republican colleagues sure aren't jumping in to figure it out either. One thing that is clear to me is the law. The president cannot override, delay, rescind Congress's appropriations laws once they are signed into law, full stop. This has been upheld time and again by the Supreme Court, by the Department of Justice, the Government Accountability Office, and by the law, specifically the Impoundment Control Act of 1974. Congress had to write and pass this law after President Nixon tried to withhold congressionally appropriated funds. And Nixon was wrong, just like President Trump is wrong now. We should all remember especially my Republican colleagues who aren't here tonight, but really all of us, that elections swing both ways. We've seen the back and forth for the last few election cycles. Sometimes your party's in charge of the White House, sometimes it's not. But think for a moment about what it would mean if the president, any president, could unilaterally cut off federal funds that he or she didn't like. Sure, a conservative president could decide to cripple the Head Start programs in blue states, but it's every bit as true that a progressive president could decide to cripple the defense contracts or the military bases in red states. That is not democracy. That's chaos. And today was just a small taste of that. As a member of the Senate Appropriations Committee, I know how much work goes into writing and passing our bipartisan funding laws. There have been times when I've been able to work with my Republican colleagues to pass appropriations bills out of committee unanimously. And I know that, and I am not going to cede that to any administration to be abused. Here's where I need help from my own constituents, help from New Mexicans. I want to hear from you about Donald Trump's blockade and how it is affecting you and your family. If your town's COPS grants get frozen, I need to know. If your VA mortgage gets held up, I need to know. If you're a nonprofit that is giving services in the area of violence against women, of refuges for people who are battered, and your funding gets held up, these are the stories that I think need to be held up to understand just what is happening in our country right now. And I hope that all of us, not just Democrats, but Republicans as well, who have a vested interest in being able to create certainty in our own states, certainty for the economy, certainty for the small business community, can come together and say that this is not what democracy looks like. Let's create that certainty. Let's follow the law. Let's make sure that whatever we agree to here in this amazing Capitol, that not only passes both chambers, but gets signed into law by the President of the United States, that we abide by that. Because only if we all agree to color inside the lines and to act like this a democracy will this remain a democracy. And I just want to say to my own constituents how sorry I am that they're going through this right now, because the amount of anguish and uncertainty and, I had heard from a tribal housing program today that said, we won't be able to make payroll in a few days if this is how this is going to be. And you can tell story after story like that of just huge clouds hanging over people who are just trying to do a good job for their communities and provide services and do their jobs. That is not how you grow the economy. So I want to thank all of my colleagues who have come to the floor to talk about this. We're all getting story after story from our states. We need to lift those up, and we need to say that we need to put this chapter behind us for the benefit of the American people.
The senator from Wisconsin.
Mr. President, I rise today because the people of my state are in pain. They're confused and they are scared. This is all because of a blatantly unconstitutional power grab from the President of the United States. While we have rightly seen this power grab blocked by the courts, it is only temporary, and the larger issue remains. Our Constitution is extremely clear. Congress, composed of people elected by the citizens of each of our states or districts, it's Congress that makes the law. In the Senate, those laws are almost always passed on a bipartisan basis. And after we work out our differences and pass a law, the president then implements the law. That's it. The Constitution does not say the president can implement just the laws he likes. The Constitution does not say the president can implement the laws just when he likes. The Constitution is crystal clear on this. But the Trump administration is ignoring the Constitution and refusing to implement the laws that Democrats and Republicans passed together. And it's trying to cut funding for absolutely critical programs. Every senator and member of the House of Representatives should be deeply concerned by that. I doubt my Republican colleagues would want a future Democratic administration to ignore annual appropriation laws. So a judge's 11th hour decision to temporarily block this power grab may have postponed the pain. But that's all it did, by a week. The pain I'm worried about will be the impact that people in every part of my state experience. Will community health centers be able to access funding to continue to provide health care for the 30 million Americans that they serve annually? Will Title X be available to continue providing cancer screenings, access to contraception, and other preventative care for women and families? Will individuals with opioid abuse disorders be able to access medication-assisted treatment? Will homeless youth be able to access emergency shelter and transitional housing assistance? Will research into life-saving cures for deadly diseases, including cancer and diabetes and Alzheimer's, be paused? Will patients be able to continue receiving potentially life-saving treatments as part of critical clinical trials? The programs our veterans rely on could be cut. Programs children and families rely on could be cut. Support for our farmers could be cut. The list goes on and on. But my office saw and heard the people behind this list. Like the deputy fire chief who called today wondering if he was going to have to lay off some of his firefighters. Or the mothers and local school district staff that we heard from who called worried that their kids would not be able to get a hot school lunch tomorrow. We heard from a child care facility in western Wisconsin that would be forced to lay off people by Thursday if these cuts went into effect. My office heard from a mother whose son is disabled, and she didn't know if his Medicaid was going to be cut or not. I heard from a substance use treatment provider and a domestic abuse shelter administrator who didn't know if they could help those fighting addiction or escaping unsafe situations. These people are real. These are very real consequences if the president gets away with this unconstitutional power grab and cuts programs that Americans rely on. I am calling on my Democratic and Republican colleagues to speak out against this overreach. Stand up for your constituents, and for that matter, stand up for the Constitution.
Mr. President.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I'm honored to be with my colleagues on the floor to talk about the actions that have become very manifest in Virginia today because of the president's executive orders, particularly the recent order pausing federal funding, grant funding, program funding. And I want to thank my colleagues for being here on the floor to talk about this and share just in the last 24 hours what Virginians are saying and what Virginians are asking and what Virginians are worried about. And then I want to make one point about my federal workforce and an offer that the president made to them at the end of the day. And then finally raise a question of what President Trump is afraid of. President Trump has 2 Republican houses. If he wants to do something to shrink the size of government, if he wants to do something to reduce spending here or there, we've got a March 14 budget deadline, and he's got 2 Republican houses, and there's a way to do this unless you are afraid that your Republican majorities don't want to go as far as you do in cutting Medicaid and cutting Medicare and endangering Social Security and hurting kids and hurting veterans and hurting families. So let me talk about the orders of the day and then the federal workforce and finish with this question: what is President Trump afraid of? I started to hear from Virginians about this federal funding pause yesterday. I was at an event in Fredericksburg to kick off tax season, and the local United Way and Chamber of Commerce were initiating something they've done for 21 years in a row: volunteer tax assistance for low and middle income folks. Classic community program. A lot of volunteers help everyday folks figure out how to file their taxes and make sure that they can get benefits that they are entitled to. As I was at this kickoff, people came up to me and said, "Hey, I'm a veteran. I'm trying to get an appointment at a VA hospital or clinic, but the VA portal is closed to me. What's going on?" What's going on? This was the leading edge of this chaos. Someone else came to me at this session, this kind of good news event about volunteer tax assistance, and said, the federal government has paid to build a VA clinic in Fredericksburg, state of the art, right on Interstate 95, visible to all, scheduled to open in February. We are still being told that the grand opening is going to happen, but now those working there are saying they're under a hiring freeze. We've spent tens of millions of dollars to build this facility that looks great, but we're under a hiring freeze. Can we even hire people to serve the veterans in this region? This was how it started. From then to today, let me tell you other calls of anguish we've received in our office. 2 child care centers, one in the Williamsburg area, one in Appalachia, far, far away in Southwest Virginia. We think our funding is being cut off. We think we may not have enough to pay staff. And we also think parents who are receiving some child care funding, that may get cut off. And so neither they can afford child care nor we can afford to maintain the employment of these hardworking child care workers. To child care centers. Universities reached out to me today. We're doing cutting-edge medical research. We have contracts that are ongoing right now, and we're about to send a bill to the federal government because we do the work and then we submit bills. We're not sure it's going to be paid. What do? Lay off the researchers and not get the research done? What should we do, Senator? There's an organization in Virginia called the Virginia Healthcare Foundation. What they do is they help low-income people and seniors apply for Medicaid, apply for Affordable Care Act subsidies. They have a contract with CMS to help them hire 8 staffers, they call them navigators, who work around the state helping low-income people access programs to which they are entitled, for which they have paid taxes. They received the note suggesting that that grant to hire these navigators to help everyday people was going to expire, and they couldn't get any federal funding after 5 o'clock today. They heard this late yesterday, so they did what any good organization would do. They reached out this morning to the CMS to say, please give us the payment right now before 5 o'clock today. And what they got back from CMS was, sorry, our website is down. We've just decided that today will be the day that we'll just spend time repairing our website, and it will be open again soon. Open again soon, but after the 5 o'clock deadline. You don't have to be a genius to figure this out. Hurting people getting health insurance, hurting people trying to get Medicaid benefits, hurting child care centers, hurting veterans trying to get appointments, hurting a VA clinic we've spent tens of millions of dollars to build by threatening through a hiring freeze, the ability of this place to open. And that's just a little snapshot. There was an earlier order freezing foreign assistance funding. A whole lot of nonprofits, church-based nonprofits like World Vision and other organizations that do foreign assistance work around the world, humanitarian aid in Ukraine, for example, they were told they don't get funding anymore. The only foreign assistance we will give, according to the Trump executive order, is military armaments transfers to 2 countries in the world, Egypt and Israel. No humanitarian aid, no transfer of military assistance to other nations. And this is all on the say-so of a president trying to overturn existing appropriations bills that have been passed by a bipartisan Congress. If I've heard these stories in one day, and my colleagues have heard these stories in one day, I know what I'm going to hear tomorrow. I'm going to hear through the weekend. This is going to build like an avalanche, and it's not just Democratic senators who are hearing these stories. We have to respect the law and congressional appropriations. And I ask anyone hearing who's concerned about this, if you're in Virginia, call my office. If you're not in Virginia, call your congressman or woman, call your senator, and tell them the president is not above the law. The president must follow the law, and it's Congress, Democrats and Republicans, who have to ensure that the president follows the law. Second, Mr. President, I want to talk about federal employees. The federal employees received an interesting email at the end of the day today. I happen to have some fellows assigned to me who are not Senate employees, but they are executive branch employees, as most of us have, working in my office. And they received an email that said, from the administration, if you tender your resignation by next Friday, we will guarantee you payment through the end of September, whether or not you show up for work. So tender your resignation, and then, boy, it's just going to be a gravy train. You're just going to get paid for 7 months without working. The president has no authority to make that offer. There's no budget line item to pay people who are not showing up for work. This is a guy who made this promise to contractors again and again and again when he was a private business guy. Oh, come work for me on my casino. Come work for me on a hotel. We're going to do a handshake. We're going to do a contract. The contractor does the work and then finds out they get stiffed. So my message to federal employees who receive this is, yeah, the president has tried to terrorize you for about a week and then gives you a little sweetheart offer. If you resign in the next week, we're just going to pay you for doing nothing for the next 7 months. Don't be fooled. He's tricked hundreds of people with that offer. If you accept that offer and resign, he'll stiff you just like he stiffed the contractors. He doesn't have any authority to do this. Do not be fooled by this guy. You were here before he was here, and you'll be here after he was here. Show up for work, be diligent, serve Americans every day, make their life better, answer their phone call, give them an answer, track down their constituent call. Don't be fooled by a fake offer that because he's terrorized you in the last week, it would be easy to just resign now and get a check for 7 months, because I can tell you that promise is worth nothing. And you will regret it just like these contractors regretted it who did work for this guy when he was a businessman. Finally, Mr. President, last thing I'll say is this. What is this move by the president to try to shrink the federal workforce? Because we all know this. If he can persuade a bunch of people to resign, he'll stiff them, and then he won't fill the position. So, okay, that's one way to shrink the federal workforce. If I can get away with not distributing money that pursuant to a congressional appropriation, okay, that'll shrink the federal budget. But wait a minute. The president has 2 Republican houses. We are supposed to come up with a budget deal by March 14. What's today? Is it like the 25th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 28th? Is today the January 28th? Think I'm right? March 14 isn't very far away. We are supposed to come up with a budget deal by March 14th. And the president is like sitting in the catbird seat. He's got 2 Republican houses. So if he wants to slash federal spending, if he wants to reduce the federal workforce, if he wants to gut Medicaid, gut Medicare, gut Social Security, gut the SNAP program, gut low-income heating assistance, gut rental assistance, gut Title I funding to our public schools, guess what? He's got 2 Republican houses that he can persuade to do his bidding. He's been pretty good so far at persuading these 2 houses to do his bidding. So why didn't he do that? That would be the lawful way to accomplish that. If President Trump could convince the 2 houses to slash all these programs in a budget, that would be lawful. Get an appropriations deal that cuts all these programs the way he and Russell Vogt and Project 2025 want to do it. But that's not what he's doing. He's doing it, trying to do it on his own. Why? Why would President Trump, who has a clearly legal path ahead of him that he can exercise over the course of the next 6 weeks, it's not very long, to get a budget deal with 2 Republican houses, why would a President Trump with 2 Republican houses in 6 weeks to get a budget deal to do everything he wants, why would he not exercise that route, but instead use an illegal route as an executive to slash funding contrary to clear statute? It's because he doesn't think that elected Republican members of the House of Representatives and the Senate will go along with his radical plans. He doesn't think he can convince my GOP colleagues to take the axe to all these programs and hurt the American people in the way he wants to. Let's make President Trump do this the right way, not the wrong way. Let's put it on the shoulders of President Trump and the 2 Republican majorities. You want to slash all this stuff? Fine. Have that debate on the floor of the Senate, on the floor of the House. When we're doing the budget negotiation between now and March 14, show the American public your homework. Show them who's going to get hurt. Show them that we're going to hurt everyday people at the expense of the big guys that are getting the tax cut in the reconciliation bill later. Let's really have that debate right here in the full view of the American public with these spotlights on and the TV broadcasting it. That's what this president is afraid of, and that's why he's using this illegal strategy to accomplish what he is afraid he can't accomplish in the Article I branch. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Vermont.
Thank you, and I thank my colleagues. You know, President Trump likes to think that chaos is a useful tool. He can create disarray and disruption, and things will end up all right. There's another word that more aptly describes what he did. Cruel. Deeply cruel. You know, on Sunday night in Vermont, it's really a special night. You've got the work of the week behind you. The errands of the weekend are done. If you're fortunate and have a family, have a dinner, you're watching the football game, you're gathering yourself for the week ahead. The week ahead for people is different. It's a mom who has a dentist appointment that she finally got after 8 months on Medicaid. It's a dump truck driver who's looking forward to getting back and seeing his friends at work and getting that construction project in town completed. It's a Medicaid doctor who, as tired as he was from the week before, is excited about the week he faces, or she faces. It's the Meals on Wheels recipients, folks who've had a quiet weekend, who are lonely and are anticipating the delivery of that meal, not only for physical nourishment, but for the emotional comfort that comes with delivering having that contact with the person delivering that meal. These are the everyday things that people do. They live in their life where they do work, they make appointments for their kids, they see them to childcare, they help their neighbors. Out of the blue, with no discussion, an announcement goes out. It's illegal. It's sent out by a person who hasn't even been empowered to act. And it says to that mom who is going to the Medicaid appointment, it's off. It says to that person who is going to get a Meals on Wheels delivery, it's not coming. It says to that construction worker, that project you're so proud of and you're working on and you're making your contribution to your community, don't show up for work. It comes out of nowhere with no explanation, with no discussion. It's cruel, taking away the expectations that people depend on to live the hard lives that a lot of people have. And by the way, I talked about people who have a fair amount of stability in their life. There's women who are getting beaten, and they have refuge because they can call a hotline and they can go to a shelter closed. It's some kids who are homeless and have a shelter that they can go to because of the incredible effort of people in our communities, in your community and in mine, who care about that when it's invisible to so many others. So the jeopardy of those people, taking away their security in the name of showing how chaos works to accomplish your goals, that's cruel. That is cruel. You know, it's also cruel because the folks who volunteer at some of these places, you're depriving them of the opportunity that makes so much of a difference in their life when they see their life being fulfilled by being able to help others. I got a ride from an Uber driver, and I was talking to him. He told me he was retired. And he's retired like a lot of people where they have a job or two. And his was driving. But the other thing he did was he delivered Meals on Wheels. And he told me about his mother-in-law, who until she was 91 delivered Meals on Wheels, oftentimes to people 30 years younger. And the joy he had in doing that is what made life so vivid and worthwhile for him to live. It's the joy of helping your neighbors. The president's order took that away from him. No meals to deliver. That's cruel. It's also totally illegal, totally unconstitutional. And this is the test that we face. If we're United States senators, and we believe that the Constitution is important not in the abstract, but in the role it has played in preserving and protecting the freedom of all Americans. And we believe that freedom is preserved when there's a check and balance against unbridled power. Then we are the ones that have to act in order to protect the well-being of this country against illegal actions